the live stream.
You are live.
Good evening, everyone. I'll now call the Planning Committee meeting to order. Tonight's meeting is being held virtually with members of Planning Committee, the Executive Management Team, Deputy City Clerk, and the Clerk participating via video conference. We do have members of the Senior Leadership Team available to answer questions. They're not visible tonight, but available to us to answer questions if needed. Just with regards to the agenda tonight, as members of committee know, the start time of this meeting was moved up to 6 p.m. to allow committee to spend the first hour on the official plan prior to the start of the public meeting, which was scheduled for 7, and we kept the time the same to make sure that we weren't confusing anyone from the public or there were any concerns around that. So the intent tonight is to spend the first hour, if needed, on the official plan. If we're still going on the OP, we will call a halt to that at 7 o'clock. Move into the Planning Act public meeting, and then when that meeting is concluded, return to the official plan matter if it is not complete. So I would like to deal with the staff report Dev 122 regarding the OP and the municipal comprehensive review ahead of time. Any objections to that, spending our first hour on the OP? Okay. If I could have somebody hold that and put it on the floor. I won't bother with the consent agenda. Thank you, Councillor Kungle. And the OP is on the floor. I'll go to Ms. Banfield first of all, just to see, Ms. Banfield, if there are any comments you wanted to make to committee before we get into discussion of it.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, not today. I think you've all heard me talk about this project a lot. I don't think there's anything more I can add right now.
Never start using a breath mint just before the start of a meeting. So I think the wisest thing to do is deal with amendments. We can save our comments or discussion on the official plan for later. But I will ask off the top if anyone had any specific questions they wanted answered before we move into amendments. I know that we've had the Q&A process similar to the budget. Thank you to the members of council who did submit questions. Okay, not seeing any then, I will call for any proposed amendments to the official plan motion and the documents themselves. Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. My amendment has been circulated by the clerk, and it is, I believe it's the first amendment that's attached to that email. So I can read that out. Actually, Mayor Lehman, would you like me to read out the whole wording of the 2 sections that the amendment will affect? How would you like me to do that?
I've forgotten how long they are. I'm just looking them up here. Yeah, you might as well do that, Councillor.
Yeah, there's basically 3 paragraphs. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor Lehman. So it's 2 changes to section 6.4.2 and then section 2.5. So section 6.4.2 is the section on affordable housing, and section E, section 4, all new residential development and redevelopment in medium density and high density land use designations shall provide 15% of their housing units as affordable. So that's a change from the draft plan that's 10%. So 15% of their housing units as affordable in accordance with policy 2.5, unless a greater percentage is required as per the applicable policies in section 2.3 across a range of unit sizes, including 3-bedroom units or larger. And then in section 2.5, this percentage is referenced again, so it's changing that to 15%. So the city will require the provision of a minimum of 15% of all new housing units each year to be affordable housing, as per the policies in section 6.4.2 of this plan. And I think that covers it.
Okay, members of the Planning Committee, the material part of the amendment is to move from a 10% to a 15% requirement for affordable housing. Councillor Aylwin, go ahead on the amendment.
Thank you, Mary Lou. So I don't have to tell anyone here that we are in the midst of a housing crisis. We know that, and we know that the situation has only gotten worse over the last few years as rents have skyrocketed and home ownership is basically out of reach for many people in the city. The goal here is to have new developments include a greater percentage of affordable units, and this is a requirement. So it's strengthening it from the first, our original official plan to this official plan. And I think that's good news. And I think we need to push as hard as we can to create more affordable units. The thing is, this is 15% is a compromise position. We saw higher percentages of affordable units in earlier drafts of the official plan, and then they were reduced after feedback from frankly private developers. And I think we need to push back a little bit and say, you know what, if you want to develop in the city, you need to contribute these affordable units. And these are affordable units. These aren't deeply affordable units. We know that our definition of affordable has some issues and remains out of reach for many people in the first place. So this is a small step, but I think it's an important step. Someone the other day was talking to me about these percentages in the official plan, and they referred to it so with the 10% affordable units that was proposed, they referred to it as a 90% unaffordable target. And that really struck me because we tend not to think of it that way. Who builds a city with a target of 90% units being unaffordable to the people that live here? That's just not how you build a good city where everyone is welcome and where everyone can afford to live and work and play here. So I like that way of thinking, and I think we can make a big impact with this change, and I hope council will support it. And I'm open to discussion about higher percentages if anyone's interested in looking at that. I thought 15 was a good compromise position.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Owen. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Rittman.
I'm not quite sure where I sit on this one, but I'd like to have a little bit more information. And I guess my question goes to both Councillor Aylwin and staff. Where does the 10% number come from? Where does the 20% number come from? And I'm assuming 15 is just the average of that. But is there any science behind any of this, or is there any data? Is it in our city that there are 10% of the people who can't afford the place, or is it 20%, or is it some other percentage? Or how do we get to these numbers?
Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mary Lehman, to Councillor Rietma. So the 10% target is what we have in the current official plan, and that just is the target. And council will know that from a purely statistical perspective, we have met that target, certainly in the last couple of years, 2018, 2019. So the 10% is a carry forward of that. But I want to point out is staff didn't just recommend a carry forward of that one statistic. We did add more policies to strengthen the affordable housing provisions in the new OP. So we added higher density or higher requirements in our near our transit stations. We added a higher density or like higher percentages in our UGC. We added a requirement for projects that have more than 40 units to actually include it, in the project itself. So from a staff's perspective, if all of those policies working together are going to get us higher than that 10%, regardless. As I said, staff didn't just keep the status quo. We added some more tools in the toolbox, as well as references to exploring cash in lieu affordable housing, the community, exploring a community benefits bylaw, as well as exploring inclusionary zoning, hot on the heels of this new OP. So staff do think that there are lots of different tools that we've ingrained into this new OP. All of the tools I've actually just referenced would go towards the increased target that Councillor Reed was talking about. They all would kind of fit into that. But, you know, ultimately, we also do a jurisdictional scan of other municipalities, and as I said, you know, that's where some of this, some of these numbers came from. So I hope that helps.
Councillor Reed.
Yes, thank you. It does, and I'd be interested in Councillor Elwin's comments on 20% or 15%.
Sorry, Councillor Reed, you were looking for whether I would support 20% across in this particular section that we're speaking to now.
I'm more asking about sort of the basis for why 20 and why not 18 or 15 or 22. You know, and I don't know. I mean, are we just establishing targets, or is there some basis behind what that number is?
Mm-hmm. I think Ms. Banfield touched on it very well, and the fact that we're meeting our 10% target tells me we should reach higher, considering the affordable housing situation has only gotten worse as we're meeting our targets. It tells me our target isn't high enough. So that's the rationale here, to nudge it up so that we're getting more affordable units, but some may argue that a very high percentage may disincentivize development entirely. So I think this is a good compromise position, as I've mentioned. I would also be interested in hearing from Ms. Banfield, if she has this number, how much we exceeded our target, if she does have that number, because that would be an interesting piece of information for us here in this discussion.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin. I don't have that number right at my fingertips. I just know that when we were doing the most recent reporting, I know that we were meeting our targets, and we are also meeting our total numbers. One thing I did want to point out, just in terms of, you know, why we are increasing, and obviously staff rely on a whole bunch of data, and part of it lies in, you know, with the work that we did for our MCR, and it actually confirmed that the city actually does have a prevalence of low income households, and that percentage of low income households, you know, from 2000, and ultimately, spoiler alert, it's growing. And so ultimately that's why, you know, increasing the these not only just kind of the plain targets, but also adding more tools to it was important. And of course, we're all waiting for the 2021 census results, but would suspect to see a growing number again in the lower income households.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do think that that's where I'm kind of thinking about. I'm happy to listen to what my colleagues have to say, but one of the thoughts is that if 10% of the households in the city need affordable housing, then 10% probably makes a good target. If it's 15%, then maybe we should be looking at 15, and maybe if it's 20% that need that kind of affordability, then maybe we should be looking at 20%. So that's sort of what I'm wondering about. I'll let other people have a shot at it.
Thanks, Councillor Reed. Councillor Kungl.
Thank you, through Mayor Lehman, to Ms. Banfield. And I'll start with looking at the Housing Affordability Task Group recommendations recently identified. And within some of those recommendations, we talked a bit about exploring and staff coming back with options to look at cash in lieu of affordable housing. So I'm fine to align with an increase in this target that Councillor Aylwin is proposing, and wanting to know, like, I just see it as another tool to support, you know, something that we've identified as a strategic initiative. We've put funding and resources to this. If we are hitting that 10%, I just see this as becoming another tool to say, let's try and hit the 15%. If we don't see it, I'm almost looking at it as a lens to say maybe it gives us a better position if we look at cash in lieu of affordable housing to actually gain more assets to direct towards housing initiatives, knowing that some developments just don't include affordable housing in them. And that's okay. And I think we've acknowledged that there's different design, there's different market interests, but I'm interested in making sure there's not a missed opportunity for how we potentially harness assets to direct them towards affordable housing development. Can you speak at all to whether or not you see the language in the OP? So from a policy writing, when we talk about things about recommend versus shall and will, I see the language as being a bit more prescriptive to this being a formalized target. And does that give us a lever to then look at 15% being a formal expectation where we could potentially be collecting revenue against this percentage?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungl. So ultimately, you're right. The language, when you put all of these policies together, there is a lot more language, more strongly worded and more specifically tied to ways to get more affordable housing. And you're right, the task force, the housing affordability task force referenced things that, again, at a staff level are very much on our radar. Doing a community benefits bylaw, looking at the cash in lieu, looking at inclusionary zoning. So as I said, all of these things do tie in together. And as I said, as I think I said in the early part of January, staff have made these policies as strongly worded as we possibly can, as well as providing a whole bunch of different options for projects to be able to meet those affordable housing targets.
Thank you. So I'll support this amendment because I do also, recognize part of our conversations in the past have been where we've been looking for, affordable housing. We haven't necessarily been able to maintain it unless it's come with a design that supports it becoming a rental unit that's ongoing, right? So I do see this as a great way. We heard from housing stakeholders around wanting to see this higher than 15% through the engagement process. I'm happy to see it as a stretch target, knowing that I'm actually quite happy with all the other tools and creative ways in which staff have embedded different ways to incentivize more affordable housing units. But unless I'm hearing from staff around, why we wouldn't even think about 15%, I actually am fine to see us actually be a bit more progressive on that metric.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll just be quick. I support this for sure. It's a great amendment and open to listening to any other suggestions if you'd like to change it, Councillor Kungl, but it's a great amendment for sure.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I had a question, actually a couple of things I wanted to ask about were touched on by Councillor Kungl, but I just want to clarify them in my mind. The very next paragraph to the one that Councillor Elwin's proposing to amend says, consideration will be given to alternative parking ratios and development standards, the creation of cash in lieu fund directed to affordable housing and or other alternative provisions. So I want to ask about the cash in lieu. So as Councillor Kungl was indicating, if somebody wants to build one and says, there's just no room in my building for affordable housing, how does that work? Is it a percentage or how is that determined?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, I'll be honest, staff don't know how it's going to work. It's not right now. It usually is tied to height and density and Section 37 bonusing. So staff, it may well be percentage. It may be the differential, like if they if an affordable housing unit is 300,000, they're selling it for 600,000. They may pay the difference in cash. We do have to investigate, but ultimately this OP, if and when approved, gives us that foundation to say, you know what, we have this mandate to explore this and to investigate this, and we know that the province isn't going to approve the OP tomorrow, and we will have time to kind of work all this stuff out, and of course bring it back to council. But we do know that other municipalities have been exploring it, and so we absolutely would do the same.
Okay, the next question I have was the enforcement. Enforcement might not be the right word, but how do we ensure that a certain percentage is affordable, either if it's developed as rental housing or as ownership? I mean, how do we know that that's, I know we know how we calculate the percentages, but how do we make it through to make sure that that's what it's going to be, for that home is going to be sold for what's considered affordable, or that apartment's going to be rented as what's considered affordable? How is that done?
So through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, that's something that we actually have been speaking to the County of Simcoe a lot about, kind of that in perpetuity, policies. Any of these projects that really go ahead, certainly the multi dwelling unit ones, they definitely would have agreements registered on title and those sorts of things. So staff would be using those legal parameters to include that, as well as so there might be annual monitoring that we require as part of our site plan agreements or part of our subdivision agreements, those sorts of things. But for the most part, the CMHC, when they issue loans, they definitely have parameters in their loan agreements that do get registered on title. So as I said, it would be really just about kind of making sure that those policies are in place as it relates to any approval that's going to be required for the project.
Okay, and final question was that Councillor Kunkel asked, unless there's some serious reason why staff would oppose 50%, she would have supported it. And I sort of feel the same way. Is there any reason why we wouldn't bump it to 15%?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, I certainly wouldn't. There's nothing that I can present to you right now that would say there's anything terrible that would happen, any sort of unintended consequences. We do need to build more homes. This is, as always, anytime we get council direction as our marching orders to be able to do that when we have our in our discussions with the community, they're definitely helpful.
Okay, and thank you. That's all. And thank you to all of staff for their hard work on the official plan.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Ms. Banfield. Is the unintended consequence by raising it up a little bit, if the developer or the builder chooses not to provide 15% and we come up with a cash in lieu, it actually increases the price of 85% of the units across the board. So we're actually driving prices up and not achieving, an affordable housing just by picking a number, 10% or 15%. Like there's no trigger that makes they have to build it. They can opt out with, cash in lieu. So now it increases the cost of the entire building, which doesn't help anybody. And we don't achieve the 15 or 10%. That's that's where my worry is. And we're already achieving the 10%, and we have other, mechanisms close to transit and stuff, which I think will exceed the 10% just on the way it's written in the OP right now. What is that? Some of the unintended consequences of this?
Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson, I think fundamentally, if people, obviously performers have to work for projects. Usually as soon as we can advise people of what their expectations are, if they are going to bring a project in the municipality, they often have ways that they can take that information away and adjust the project. And again, it does tie into, providing more opportunities to, depending on the project, like for example, if it's rental, trying to make some connections with the county for the rental supplement. So the actual property doesn't actually receive less rent, but the person that is in that unit, is someone that's in need. So I can't speak to every pro forma because it is going to be very different. But in my experience, the sooner we advise developers and applicants of our requirements, the sooner they can work it into their projects.
Perfect. I'll listen to comments around I may have another one, but it would be more directed towards the Affordable Housing Task Force and their feelings on some of the tools that are in the OP. Do they help with the task force agenda?
Okay, we can come back to that for sure. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I was just doing some quick research here while the conversation was going on to see if there were some stats. And the most recent stuff that Statistics Canada's got here is from 2016, and it reveals that 12.2% of Barrie residents fall within the after-tax low-income bracket, and that's up from 8.4% 10 years earlier in 2006. So obviously, even in 16, we had a higher than 10% ratio. Originally, I was like Councillor Reitman. I wasn't sure if I was 100% supportive of this, but now seeing that obviously this is definitely an upward trend, it's something that I will support. I guess my only concern and question to staff would be, I know the rental piece is never an issue, but do we have the ability, not obviously on second and third sales of a property, but at least at the first sale of the property, to ensure that these homes that are for sale that are supposed to be for low-income families, do we have the ability to have language put into that so that way these affordable units are sold to these families that would fit within this low-income tax bracket?
Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey, again, that's where I would actually go to a couple of things where, we for sure can partner with agencies to make sure, like just using Habitat for Humanity as an example, partner with agencies to manage that piece to it. But if it is like a sale, certainly the first sale is the one that is going to be the quote unquote easiest to confirm the purchase price. Most often after the first purchase, it's not confirmed. But in terms of a developer that was coming in with a project, and if we're talking about ownership, again, it would be tied to subdivision agreements and commitments that they would have to prove to us that through offers of purchase and sale and so on and so forth, that that they're being sold at affordable rates.
Just a quick follow-up, if I could, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, just with that, so obviously this first sale is not an issue, but even with the second sale, would the city really be able to have much control over that second sale and onward? Just because I personally don't think that we really could control that piece. Not that that's a big issue, as long as that first sale definitely does get into the hands of low-income earners, because that's obviously where you want the transfer of funds to be going to. If we're able to do the second and third sale, great, but I just don't know that we would be able to do that. I don't know if Ms. Peters is able to shed some more color on that or not, or
Ms. Banfield, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey, it would be unlikely that for purchases, unless the city started going on title in partnership with properties. And to be honest, like Habitat for Humanity is doing some of that work where they actually joint, because they were having the same type of situation, so Habitat for Humanity is kind of going on joint title with some of their property owners, but which is a kind of a new-ish thing that they're looking at doing. But it's for that reason, but it's unlikely the city would want to take that position.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Jim Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie. Councillor Harvey asked the question I had, which was basically how do you keep them affordable? And I know there's lots of challenges, but still we should continue to make an effort to build more affordable. I just was curious, as Councillor Thompson raised an interesting point, but I think it could be a win-win. If we go to 15, we may push higher than some people want, but they might build 10 and you got 5 in the cash for lieu, I would assume. So you might get a bit of a win-win, and you then have more money for the more deeper affordable housing bills that we'd like to do with our housing task force. So I think 15 makes sense. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, any other comments on this proposed amendment? Councillor McCann.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm aligned with Councillor Thompson, and I just wanted to maybe get some information and maybe better educated. I believe that in Barrie today, so the average home in Barrie was like $900,000. Does anybody, if you don't mind, Mayor Lehman, does anybody want to question that? Have they heard anything about that? So if we go on, the average home is $900,000 in Barrie, then what would affordable housing be? If someone was building, pardon me?
Sorry, I was going to get Ms. Banfield to answer your question.
Through you, Mary Lehman. So affordable housing, even the definition of it is complex. So it's calculated 2 ways, for rent and for purchase. And it's always the lesser of. So it's either a margin of the income in the area, as well as a margin of the average, either average market rent or average household price. So for rental, it ends up that 10% lower than the average market rent is the lower amount. So affordable rental is based on that. But for purchase price, 100%. There's no way that 10% less than the average market selling is, it would be like $810,000. So that's not affordable. So to get the lower number for the municipality of Barrie, it's actually based on median income, which I believe in 2021 it was around $316,000. And therein lies the problem, because it's, where is there a property in the municipality that's, really and truly being sold for $316,000. So no matter which way you look at the numbers, it's a bit of a challenge. And that's where you're hearing from people saying, even from an affordability perspective, it's a challenge on both ends.
Excuse me. Okay. That's what I kind of figured. And I thought it was closer to 500,000. So for $316,000, you'd probably need to make an income of somewhere around $80,000, $90,000, I'm presuming. I'm just doing kind of quick mortgage math here.
Thereabouts, it's around 70-ish grand, give or take. Yeah.
$70,000. Okay. So, I have many conversations with builders, and right now they're kind of freaked out a little bit because of the market. They don't know if it's going to increase their profits or increase the homes they can sell for. If obviously we get new Canadians coming in, which I believe that our federal government has said they're going to open the doors, and we're going to have a stronger, demand base. So that'll increase the cost. But if that doesn't happen, then they're kind of playing this, they're gambling. Then building costs obviously have been up, I believe, 20% and maybe increasing. We don't know what that is. And then labor costs have come up, and logistics costs have become a nightmare. And we're just continually struggling in the marketplace right now. So, I'm speaking obviously as if I was a builder, and maybe why I would resist this extra 5%, which is an extra 50% that we're asking for right now. So I'm not necessarily against this. I just think that this question needs to be dissected a lot more, and definitely don't want to do it here tonight. I definitely would like to, go offline with you, Michelle, and go through it, and maybe take a building that we've already gone through and just like do a real scenario on, if we were to implement this 15%, what that actual opportunity and maybe cost would be to the builder. So hopefully you'll agree to do that with me and any council member that want to join us. I think that would be, a good scenario to understand this clearly, and how the builders are going to react. Because like Councillor Thompson said, if they're building $1 million condos and we're saying you need an extra 5% for affordability, and they're not interested in having affordability in their buildings, well, they're just going to increase the cost to the people that are paying $1 million, and they're not going to build them, and we're going to get a set of money. So I guess my next question is actually what Robert Thompson's question was. So I mean, he kind of delayed it, but I'd actually like to know. Sorry, Keenan, are you on the affordability task force?
I did sit in on, I think it was 2 meetings, but I was on the Market District Task Force.
So I know Mayor Lehman, you sit on the task force for affordable housing, and I'm just kind of wondering. We put all this information and all this energy into these task force, and then we've got and I'm not being negative here, Councillor Aylwin. I'm just kind of curious why this hasn't gone through the affordability task force. So maybe, if you don't mind, Councillor Thompson, if we can get an answer to your question, what are your thoughts on this? Mayor Lehman, please.
Sorry, you're asking me or Councillor myself? Okay.
Yeah, please.
So yeah, I think there may be a bit of misunderstanding of what an official plan policy does. So the affordability task force looks specifically at things that we could do right away under our existing zoning bylaw, our existing programs, our spending, and things like, as you know, permitting housing as a right on institutionally zoned properties and so forth. With the new OP, what we're doing is setting a target for development approvals, which is something quite different. If this had been, for example, brought to the affordability task force, pretty confident given the composition of it, we would have had a lot of support around it. Although I do think one of the good things that could have happened there, and probably, I think it would be good input here, would be to understand from the planners, for example, for the secondary plans, what would be the impact? If you had a 15% target going forward, how would you accomplish that? And the problem with doing this tonight sort of on the floor is that we don't really have an answer to that. I suspect if we make the change, we'll get the answer to that, maybe in the form of deputations or correspondence over the coming week. But your specific question, Councillor McCann, is did the affordability task force look at this? No, because that wasn't the purpose. What we wanted to do is things that we could make an impact with immediately.
Well, I appreciate that, and you basically hit the nail on the head for me. What kind of impact would this have, and if it would stop the process of builders building because of maybe the uncertainty of the market, because of higher costs of building costs, because of labor, and then when you look at they would have to sell at $316,000 for a $900,000 home, right? That doesn't make any sense. There's not that much profit in building, at least not that I know of. So I'm definitely supportive of finding more information, but I just can't land on yes tonight because I think that we do need to find out from our planners and from our builders. And I know that my phone has absolutely nobody texting me, so I'm not sure who's watching is against it. So maybe this is a good thing. I guess I'm just really twixt in between on whether this is sorry, Michelle? Oh.
No, go ahead, sorry.
If this is the best, move for affordable housing. So I guess that's kind of my comments, and I'm glad to hear if anybody else has anything to say.
Councillor Thompson.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I might not have articulated it as well. And Councillor Jim Harris kind of hit the nail on the head. It was my ask to the task force and maybe to Ms. Banfield was exactly that: the opt-out and the cash in lieu, could it help facilitate some of the requests of the affordable task force? I know that you said that all the details haven't been worked out, but with the Section 37, can that be moved into some of the initiatives of the task force? That's where I was kind of at. I know I didn't articulate it that well and I left it open-ended, and I do apologize to Councillor McCann that I think he misunderstood where I was going with. I agree with the 15% target. I just, sometimes I don't want to say it's tokenism because it's not, it's just a number, but I just wish there was something in our policy that could force the building of, and on a case by case basis, because some places don't have the need for affordable housing and some do. And I just wish that there was a way that we could kind of change the plans to, force it opposed to opt in, opt out kind of thing. So that was kind of my question to the task force more than it was, would you support it? I would imagine the task force would have supported anything that would increase affordable housing, period.
Yeah, just to your question, Councillor Thompson, then, and maybe it's a related issue for Ms. Banfield to answer, is I think the point's been made that, you know, the 300,000 number is going to be restricted on a purchase level to very small apartments, for example. You know, in Barrie now, to get to a 300,000 purchase price and still be proceeding with a development, we're talking about really small condos. I think the affordability target is far more relevant around the rental market. And I guess the question I would have for Ms. Banfield is, if developer came forward and said, look, I can't build 15% of my units at an affordable purchase price, but I will contribute through whatever charge is established through the recommended or the recommendations of the task force. We talked about cash in lieu, or we talked about a community benefit charge. If that funding creates units through public housing, subsidized housing, purpose-built rentals, would that count towards the 15% target, Ms. Banfield?
So through you, Mayor Lehman, thank you for the question. I do just want to clarify that the amendment is actually dealing with medium density and high density developments. So it's not actually talking about some of the single detached homes that we do predominantly see in the secondary plan areas. So I know that's not a question, but I did just want to flag that. It is dealing with medium density and high density. And, you know, through you, Mayor Lehman, I think really, again, the way the proposed policies in the official plan are set up, and we know that we're going to have to make those connections for developers, because ultimately, and I'm sure council's heard it too, people fundamentally do want to help and do want to contribute, and it's really going to be up to us as staff to give people ways to do it. And so again, it goes back to the, okay, maybe I can't make the rental work. Well, again, well, can you work with Simcoe County and get a rent supplement? Or I can't make this work. Well, can you work with, you know, Habitat for Humanity and that sort of thing? So again, it goes back to the connections and the opportunities and various different ways to let people meet those targets. So ultimately, you know, Mayor Lehman, I expect that all these things we're talking about are going to go towards providing the targets across the city. And again, it's not necessarily going to be case by case. We're going to get some projects with higher counts because they can, and it's really about kind of smoothing it across the municipality. I think we've seen, as we report annually, it's hard to kind of move that needle year by year. So maybe, you know, reporting on a more comprehensive basis every 2 years might make us all feel like we're moving the target a little bit better. So, you know, there's lots of ways, and staff again are poised to action all of the stuff that we're talking about. But fundamentally, it's the marching orders that we get from this OP policy framework that we really need to take that next step.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Aylwin, my apologies for missing you earlier. Go ahead.
It's all good. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I did just have a question for Ms. Banfield to clarify some of the discussion. It's been a great discussion, by the way. Thank you, Council, for this. On the definition of affordable housing, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Our definition includes the gross annual income for low and moderate household incomes. Is that correct? And it's not just low income households, as we've been discussing?
Correct. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin, correct. It is
Okay.
a low
Thank
end,
you.
moderate, correct.
Thank you. So I think that's just helpful for us to note that our actual definition of affordable is looking at low and moderate income households and not just low income households. So that might even justify a higher percentage, but I think we're coming to a good consensus around the table here. So I'm happy with the way this discussion is going. And I would echo what Mayor Lehman said about, you know, this is primarily going to have an effect in the rental market. And I think that's where we see the most serious crisis in our city, to be frank. So I'm hopeful that this can have a positive impact in the right direction. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Members of the committee, I would like to get to a vote on this. Are there any further comments? Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Question, I'll start with the mover of the amendment, and then I'll go to Ms. Banfield. I want to get clarification. I'm looking here at the wording of the amendment. I don't really have any questions about 6.4.2 E and 4 IV, but just the question about 2.5 I. The city will require the provision of a minimum 15% of all new housing each year. So it's very clear in 6.4 that it's medium and high density zones. The other one speaks more broadly, but I heard some comments from Ms. Banfield saying that this is targeted at medium and high. So I want to get clarification. I'm talking with the Integrity Commissioner right now, and she's advising me that I need to get very clear language about if this is affecting medium and high density zones or basically all zones within the city of Barrie for the purposes of my engagement.
I will take, sorry, was that directed at me?
Sorry, I'll start with you, Councillor Allen, just because.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start, but I think Ms. Banfield might be able to help out a bit too. I would believe the differences in the language in 6.4.2 is shall provide versus will require. And there's maybe a bit of nuance there with the language, but to be honest, I might need some clarity from Ms. Banfield on what's going on with these two sections.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Allen. No, you've got it right. There is the nuances in that wording there, and so we've always talked about the target, as I said, being across the municipality, across all applications, and so that's the second part, and then the first part is really talking about those medium and high density. And again, and it's a bit tricky, unfortunately, Councillor Morales, because it's not about. It's not tied to land use, it's tied to the built form, and the building type can be.
Oh, medium density is not
located.
like the zone. It doesn't refer to like the zones in the maps.
No, it's tied to the built form.
Okay, so okay, perfect. So as such, Mayor Lehman, I'd like to declare potential pecuniary interest on the amendment as tabled. As the ideas proposed within the amendment may affect myself and my parents financially. So at this point in the conversation, thank you for the clarification. I will not vote or influence on the vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Morales' potential interest been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment, members of committee? Okay, we'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. I am as well, and that makes it unanimous by those voting. Thank you for that. Councillor Aylwin, technically you still have the floor since you moved the last amendment. Do you have any further?
No, I'll speak to the OP later if we have time. Thank you.
As will I. Other amendments to the official plan, we might as well start with those, even though the public meeting's in about 10 minutes. Councillor Harvey, go ahead.
I'm not quite sure we'll get through this one in 10 minutes, but let's try. Actually, I'll forward it to members only because I don't believe it went out to everybody. But it was the crux of what was sent out with the last questions last night.
So it's the clerk, sorry, Councillor Harvey, the clerk's nodding at me. She says she did send it around.
Oh,
so
okay.
Hopefully members have received. Yep, I'm seeing nods from members of committee. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So it's to amend section 2.6.1.3, paragraph A, and to delete it and replace it with the following. Unless otherwise specified in this plan, development on lands designated neighborhood area shall be kept to 3 stories or less.
Okay, and members of committee do have that copy. So go ahead, Councillor Harvey, on the amendment.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So this obviously has been a very hot topic, especially in my ward, and I'm sure it's not just a Ward 7 issue where we've seen some of these infill projects, especially off the intensification corridors, that we've seen some heightened density issues when it comes to what residents believe fits into our neighborhoods. So when you look at map 4B contained within the new OP, it starts identifying arterial and collector routes. And those that are colored under the current OP or the new OP would allow up to 4 stories in those areas. When you start looking at areas like Marcellus Drive, Mapleton, then you get up into the north part of the city and you start looking at Grove, and then you start getting into other areas of the city too, in the East End, like Crimson Ridge and Golden Meadow. I'm quite convinced that our residents could never, ever envision that they would have up to 4 stories beside them in these areas. And this is the reason I've brought this forward. This is exactly what 8 of us around this table voted in favor of last week when we discussed 407 Mapleview. Was to do with the height just was not acceptable, especially in that area where it was against and adjacent to a series of bungalows. This still will not impact the Salem or the Hewitts annex lands. This is solely for the built boundary in this section. So it won't have any impact on the heights that are allowed in those other areas. So I'm hopeful that council will support this, because I know this is something that I can very confidently say that residents across this city are definitely supportive of, because this has caused significant turmoil in my area. And if we allow this moving forward in other areas, many other councillors are going to have the same turmoil to be dealt with if we do allow it to go up to 4 stories. That's all I've got to really say for it, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Same thing as the previous one. For this one, either to staff or to the mover of the amendment. Let me just pull up your amendment here. It says, unless otherwise, let me just pull it up here. It says, unless otherwise specified in this plan. So I'm assuming, Councillor Harvey, you mean for, it's specified in the plan if you're looking at 2.6.1.3. In section B, it's specified. In section C, historic neighborhoods, inside or otherwise, are specified. So there's already clear directions, and as well as section D and section E. So non-specified, you're speaking specifically to like collector and local streets, correct? So your amendment does not affect corridors, arterials. Is that correct or incorrect interpretation?
So you're partially correct, through you, Mayor Lehman. It does affect the arterials. However, it does not affect the intensification corridors. And that's the whole principle around this motion, is keep the height and the density where it's meant to be on those intensification corridors, and keep the height and density out of our neighborhoods where we know our residents don't want to see it. So that way we don't have a flood like we've seen in some of the applications in my area, for instance, where people don't like what's coming, and next thing you know, they're selling their properties. And that's what this is to try and avoid. So that way people are happy with their neighborhoods. And I'll be quite honest with you, when you look through many of these streets that are highlighted on this map, the people that bought these homes probably many decades ago, never in their wildest dreams could have ever fathomed that something 4 stories would be built next door or across the street from them. So that's the intent of this motion.
So you're still on mute, Councillor Morales.
Oh, I said, thank you for the clarification, Councillor Harvey. As such, Mayor Lehman, I'd like to declare potential pecuniary interest on the amendment as tabled as the clarified amendment from the councillor may affect myself and my parents personally, as we live on an arterial, own property on an arterial. So I will not be voting on the matter.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morales. On the amendment then, sorry, Madam Clerk, has Councillor Morales' conflict on the amendment been recorded?
It's Mayor Lehman, it has.
Okay, Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, I can definitely relate to Councillor Harvey's need for this amendment for sure. My question, I guess, is to Ms. Banfield. If we are looking to increase our affordable housing, and then we're going to lower some of those units that potentially would be for, which I do agree with, because it does cause a lot of trouble, a lot of concerns, a lot of heartache for a lot of people. So I'm kind of in this middle area. Is there something, first of all, I'd love your comment on how you feel about this. Will this affect that number, the 15% in the affordable housing that we have greatly? I guess it's kind of like, you don't really know, because I mean, nothing's built with those yet. And my second question would be, could you, and maybe we can talk about this offline, even maybe with Councillor Harvey, maybe we could come to some kind of an idea of how to I like some kind of a medium. I don't even know how to make it. I don't even know how to word it properly in my mind. I want to approve this, but I just want to make sure that we're not decreasing the affordable housing percentage that we just said drastically. So what are your thoughts?
Ms. Banfield, I'll let you answer, and then we're going to have to table this for the moment and move on to the public meeting. But go ahead, Ms. Banfield. This is
through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris. So in most of the residential zones, 3 stories is permitted, and staff are proposing to keep that height on the local roads. But staff did propose to increase the building height up to 4 stories along arterial and collectors to allow for 1 more story over what's currently permitted in the zoning bylaw. But because the wording of the OPE, it says up to 4 stories, the zoning bylaw could still keep some of these arterial and collectors when it comes behind. They still could keep some of the collectors at 3 stories. Up to 4 stories doesn't mean that they have to do it. And then at the zoning bylaw level, there'd be the ability to, determine which streets might be able to best accommodate that additional 1 story in building height. It is impossible right this moment to determine, the impact of that 4th story across the arterials. Again, because it's up to 4 stories, so you couldn't even guarantee that every site would get to 4 stories. But definitely, just based on what we talked about, some of the smaller units are going to be the ones that are going to be more affordable. And so, that extra story in height that potentially is lost by this amendment would reduce that. But I can't necessarily quantify that for you right now.
Well, thank you. I'll be really quick just to finish this up. Thank you.
Sure.
I will go along with this one and approve this with Councillor Harvey, because I guess I'm trying to find a middle ground here with the people that are living and the residents, and they're concerned about the 4 stories. And because we just aren't really sure of what those numbers are, but I'm really looking forward to maybe having some more conversation around the 2 together, this be passing and then the previous amendment as well, and what we could do going forward to maybe find some better solutions. But I do understand where Councillor Harvey's coming from for sure with this. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harris. It brings us right to 7 o'clock. So members of committee, what I would propose to do now is we'll put the item on the table. We'll pick this up after the Planning Act public meeting. And we will proceed into the public meeting at this point. We have 1 public meeting on the agenda tonight. It is to review an application for zoning bylaw amendment submitted by Innovative Planning Solutions, Inc. on behalf of Cygnus Development for lands known municipally as 189, 191, 195, and 197 Duckworth Street. Before we begin, Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. As per the conversation with the Integrity Commissioner, and as the previous ones, I have a potential pecuniary interest on the file. My parents and I own properties that are part of 189, 191, 195, 197 rezoning application. So as per the Integrity Commissioner's instructions, I'll be declaring a pecuniary interest on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Has Councillor Morales' interest been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you very much. Okay, so for the public meeting tonight, of course, members of Planning Committee will be listening to the presentation and the comments received during the public meeting. We will not be making comments or debating the item. Members of Planning Committee will have the opportunity to provide our comments when the staff report is considered by the committee, but that will be, of course, at a later date. Although registration prior to the meeting was encouraged, and we do have a very large number of speakers who registered in advance. If you have not yet registered and you do wish to speak, then please email cityclerks@barrie.ca. That's all one word, cityclerks@barrie.ca, or you can call 705-797-5353 and staff will send you the information required to participate in the meeting. The application tonight for this proposed development was submitted by the developer and was deemed complete under the Planning Act, which is why it's proceeded to a public meeting. As the purpose of the public meeting is to provide the public an opportunity to give comments on the application, we will only have the ward councillor asking questions of staff tonight and questions of clarification only, of course. All members of Planning Committee can, of course, ask any questions of staff following the meeting, and we will have the opportunity to ask questions and debate the matter when it comes forward at a later date. Questions from members of the public will be noted by staff and the applicant, but we don't attempt to do a question and answer at this meeting. So if you do have questions in your deputation, members of the public, we appreciate that. And those questions will be noted and responded to in the staff report. Ms. Banfield, Director of Development Services, could you confirm notification was conducted in accordance with the Planning Act for this public meeting?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it was.
Thank you very much. I'll now call on James Hunter of Innovative Planning Solutions to provide the presentation concerning the application for 189, 191, 195, and 197 Duckworth Street. Mr. Hunter, I see you in the call. Welcome to Planning Committee, and we'll turn it over to you for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman, council, staff, and those in attendance tonight. My name is James Hunter, and I'm a senior planner with Innovative Planning Solutions here in Barrie. Tonight, we're representing the applicant and developer, Seamless Developments, for development located at 189, 191, 195, and 197 Duckworth Street. I'd like to thank you for hearing our zoning bylaw amendment application tonight. This slide here illustrates the subject lands. Again, 4 properties are subject to the application at 189, 191, 195, and 197 Duckworth Street. It is located at the intersection of Duckworth Street and Mountbatten Road, and the lands contain just over 3,000 meters squared or 0.3 hectares of land holdings. Has an existing frontage of 60 meters along Duckworth Street and 50 meters along Mountbatten Road. Each lot does contain a single detached dwelling on the property currently used for residential land uses. The proposed application that we are showing tonight is a 28-unit residential townhouse development. It has 14 units per block, so 7 rows in each one. And the site has been designed to push the built form street side, which encourages a stronger street presence and enhanced public realm, as well as it frames the site and provides increased setbacks primarily to the east. Internal walkways do provide pedestrian movements from the site in connection to each townhouse unit. And the build form proposed is 3.5 stories with a height of 13.1 meters. And we're seeking a density of 97 units per hectare with this application. Around the site, there's 540 meters squared of outdoor amenity space. And this includes a common courtyard, which runs through the center of the site, as well as private balconies and a number of amenity open spaces. The proposed setbacks that we are seeking with this application includes a north of 5.2 meters, which does contextually act as an interior side yard given the subject site, which has dual frontage. An interior side yard of 15.7 meters is provided to the east, and a front yard setback of 3 meters is provided to Mountbatten Road, as well as we have a 4 meter exterior front yard setback to Duckworth Street. This slide here shows the conceptual parking plan for the proposed development. So site access is provided by one singular access point off of Mountbatten Road. And we have provided this where safe traffic movements can be made from a local street, then proceed over to Duckworth, which is an arterial road. 64 parking spaces are provided, which is a ratio of 2.3 spaces per unit, where the bylaw is seeking 1 space per unit. We have 56 spaces for the development, which are underground in a parking garage, and these are concealed below the townhouse units. It does include 16 tandem spaces, which are the interior spaces here, and 8 spaces are proposed at grade. With the application, there's a 4.6 meter road winding along Mountbatten, as well as 0.9 meters along Duckworth Street. In addition, we have provided a 5x10 site triangle at the southwest corner of the lands. The current slide reveals conceptual elevations of the proposed built form, enhanced landscaping, and there's a number of green spaces that are provided around the site. The top right image here, this highlights the common courtyard, which is located interior to the site and located between the units, as well as the bottom left image here shows the parking garage and how the proposed built form will sit between the site. It is an elevated grade, so contextually this drops the built form into the site and brings the overall height of the built form down or decreases the overall height. In the current City of Barrie official plan, it designates the subject lands as residential on Schedule A, and also on Schedule D of the roads plan, Duckworth is an arterial road. On Schedule I, which is the intensification areas, it's within the built up area, and Duckworth Street is a primary intensification corridor. To provide a brief overview of the official plan, again, it is designated residential, which supports and permits all forms and tenure of housing. Duckworth Street is a primary intensification corridor where residential intensification at higher densities is targeted and encouraged by the city's official plan. Goals and principles of the official plan aim to accommodate the current and projected needs of residents with an appropriate mix and range of housing options, which does contribute to complete community and supports developments that offer more attainable housing options. Located within the built-up area, the official plan directs at least 40% of residential dwelling unit development within these areas annually. And the official plan further encourages residential revitalization and intensification through the built-up area in order to support the viability and healthy neighborhoods, as well as the key focus to achieve that desirable compact urban form. And intensification represents an essential component of the city's growth management strategy, with support for medium and high density developments in order to provide a complete range of housing options for residents. The official plan directs the zoning bylaw to be amended to allow for innovative housing, where it is recognized to be in accordance with good land use planning principles. Collectively, the application is supported by the official plan. The subject lands are currently zoned residential single detached second density, which is the R2 zone in zoning bylaw 2009-141. And to permit a townhouse development, a zoning bylaw amendment application is required. So our subject application is a rezoning to the mixed use corridor with special provisions, which is an MU2 zone. And the mixed use policies do apply to lands along the intensification corridors, which is Duckworth Street. And the MU2 zone as well permits block, cluster, and stacked townhouses. With our zoning bylaw amendment application, we are seeking 7 special provisions to the MU2 zone, which includes interior side yard setback. We're asking for an increase up to 15.7 meters from 3, an exterior side yard setback only to the daylight triangle of 0.5, a rear yard setback of 5.2 or 7 is required. We're asking for a reduced ground level floor height of 3 meters to bring the built form down in height, where 4.5 is required. And for front yard setbacks, we're asking for landscaped areas where paved surfaces are required. In addition, we're asking for a landscape buffer of 1.4 where 3 is required, and this falls within the interior side yard setback of 15.7 meters. And we're also seeking the exception for tandem parking in the concealed parking garage. And we have detailed assessments with the application that reviewed these variances, and we believe that they're appropriate and suitable for the proposed development. A number of key studies were included with the application, which includes a planning justification report, a redesign report, hydrogeological and geotechnical, functional servicing and stormwater management, an arborist report and plans, architectural drawings, renderings, and a shadow analysis. As well, we also did look at site lighting and photometrics for the proposed development. A pre-consultation application was submitted back in April 2019, and this was for residential townhouse development. So our team has been working at this application for quite some time. When we submitted our pre-consultation application, the applicant was advised to consider a different built form for the site at a higher density that better reflected the form of character and vision for the intensification nodes and corridors. So as part of that process, we then held a neighborhood meeting on November 20th, 2019 with the City of Barrie. And we brought forward the application, or sorry, the development that we provided with the pre-consultation application, which is concept 1, as well as we brought forward 2 application developments to provide to the public. So concept 1 was a back-to-back residential townhouse along Duckworth Street, and it had an additional block in the rear yard. And this had 21 units for 105 rooms. And I would like to highlight that all the application developments that we brought forward at pre-consultation were in consideration for student housing. And concept 2 we provided was a 6-story residential apartment building which fronted Duckworth Street and had 24 units for 118 rooms. And then concept number 3 was a townhouse development with 2 rows of townhomes, one fronting Duckworth Street, one along the rear yard, and this had 25 units for 100 rooms. In summary, due to the comments and concerns that were voiced at the neighborhood meeting, the applicant has made significant efforts to revise the development proposal. In conclusion, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application will facilitate development of 28 back-to-back townhouse units located at 189, 191, 195, and 197 Duckworth Street. Residential intensification is encouraged in a number of locations throughout the city and focused to the intensification corridors, which includes Duckworth Street. Development through intensification is supported as it efficiently utilizes land, existing infrastructures and services, and does contribute to a desirable compact form. The City of Barrie official plan does encourage development that contributes to the creation of complete communities and offers intensification, which is an essential component of the city's growth management strategy. And I'd like to highlight that significant effort has been made by the applicant to offer a suitable housing project in the city, which is providing much needed housing while seeking to address public feedback and comments received through consultation, all while aligning with the city's vision for development along intensification corridors. I'd like to thank you, Mayor Lehman and Council, for listening to my presentation. I will be happy to answer any questions or clarification directed my way. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hunter. I will now call in Michelle Banfield, our Director of Development Services, to give an update on the status of the application.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Mayor Lehman, and planning staff are completing the technical review of this application.
Well, you got the first line out. Ms. Banfield, you froze. If you can hear us.
I do think really does happen very early in the, am I back? Oh, it says I have an unstable internet connection. I'm back.
Yep.
Okay, I'll talk quick. So we are reviewing it, but I do want to say that this process of a public meeting happens very early in the planning process. So staff, including council, I know have received several pieces of correspondence, and I think we may have a record number of registrants at this public meeting. I just want everyone to know that all of the feedback received and will be received. It's been reviewed already, most likely, and it's going to be addressed whenever this comes back to council. Although in some cases, if there's repeating themes, they may get kind of clumped together and responded to at the same time. But as I said, everything has been, as I said, received and is definitely being worked through. So the neighborhood meeting was held in November. 90 residents were in attendance, as well as the Ward 1 councillor, planning staff, and the applicant. And we did hear lots of comments about the compatibility of the proposal. At that time, because it was rental, proposed for student rental, how do we enforce that? Concerns about potentially decrease in adjacent property values, desire to see affordable housing units incorporated, concerns with the potential height of the development, the access off of Mount Batten. We heard lots of comments about walkability and lack of green space, the need for buffering and transition to the abutting land uses, just general infrastructure that might be required along Duckworth Street, the design materials, craftsmanship of the proposal, as well as just general construction impacts on the site. So again, as I said, the technical review is happening not only with the city's planning team, but also the technical departments and external agencies. So we are continuing to look at things such as conformity with the city's official plan. The height and density is also being looked at. So while height isn't actually specified as an increase, because ultimately it's going from the R2 zone to the MU2. So that height requirement or that height provision in the MU2 zone is higher than what's currently permitted in R2, but the applicant's not proposing above that height, but it is a height change. The site-specific zoning provisions requested, opportunities, again, for affordable housing, the efficient use of land and resources, as always, urban design, building massing, development setbacks, height, amenity areas, how the site operates itself, and just the overall impacts of this proposed development. So all of the comments that we've received so far, as well as all the technical comments, are going to come together, including everything we hear tonight and everything we've already heard. So at this point, planning staff are expecting that this won't be brought back to council until likely at the very end of 2022, realistically, potentially even 2023, as we work through everything and the applicant listens to all the comments. But as always, all the submission materials are available on the city's website under Ward 1. And alternatively, Jaspreet Sidhu is the planner and she can be contacted directly. So thanks very much for your attention and happy to hear what the residents have to say tonight.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Banfield, for the update. I'll just remind everyone watching again, if you have not yet registered to speak, what you need to do to participate in this meeting and give us your comments is to either email city clerks, all one word, cityclerks@barrie.ca, or call 797-5353, and our staff will give you the information you need to participate in this meeting. So because we do have a very large number of speakers registered tonight, something in the order of 30 speakers. In order to make sure everybody gets a chance, if your remarks sort of go on. Sorry, Councillor McCann, you're not muted.
Oh.
Thanks. If your remarks sort of go on for an extended period of time, I may nudge you to say we need the time for your neighbors to be able to speak as well. Last thing I want to do is cut anyone off during a public meeting, but I would just ask everybody who's here tonight to be aware that we do have a very large number of speakers and we want to make sure everyone gets their time. And to that end as well, I would just suggest that if a previous speaker or several previous speakers have made the point that you wanted to make, and that does often happen when we have 20 or 30 speakers in a public meeting, you get later in the meeting and a lot of the points you were going to raise have been raised, please tell us that you do agree with those points and maybe you want to reinforce it, but you probably don't need to go through the same level of detail. You could say, I strongly agree with this comment that was made earlier, or whatever that might be. That being said, we are here to hear from you. We'll go through the members of the public who have registered in the order they registered. Several of you took the time to prepare some material, so we will try and get that up on the screen as you come into the call. And our first speaker is Catherine Mercer. Ms. Mercer, welcome to Planning Committee, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Just waiting for my screens to come up.
There we go.
Thank you. We can go to slide 2. Mr. Mayor, members of council, city staff, and residents of Barrie. My name is Catherine Mercer, and I live at 9 Mountbatten Road. We purchased our home from the original owners, who lived there for 57 years, which is not atypical in the East End. Al and I updated the home so it would be our forever home. Next slide, please. Fast forward to today. I'm here before you trying to protect our community. In the future, we will be known as the historic East End because of our beautiful trees, older and well-maintained homes. I'm here to speak about the increase in the number of houses from 4 single-family homes to 28 townhouses. In the not too distant past, you would have looked up into the gallery at City Hall and seen the immense interest in this rezoning proposal. Since we are on Zoom and YouTube, you cannot see the faces of who are interested. I would like to remind you that over 100 people were at the neighborhood meeting. Not all of us signed the sign-in sheet. And the interest in this rezoning proposal is only growing. So just because you can't see our faces, it's important to know people care about the East End and the city of Barrie. We all moved here for a reason. We ask you to respect our neighborhood and ensure the intensification introduced does not destabilize our neighborhood. Ward 1 has numerous intensification projects in the works. Johnson Street, 11 stories, Georgian Drive, 19 stories, 376 units, 3 towers on Cundles for 447 units. So adding 24 extra units on this very small neighborhood site will have very little impact compared to the apartment towers and new subdivisions in the South End. Next slide, please. In your package, there is a draft preliminary residence report that the neighbors have put together to help explain the situation. We are not professional planners. However, we want to ensure the city hears our concerns and have them addressed. It is so important that we take a pause and determine how stable, established neighborhoods are going to be developed. Inside the report, there are numerous issues that need to be addressed and explains why their proposal should be turned down. The Ontario Planning Act also advises that the development should proceed in an orderly fashion, should be appropriate for the area, and should promote a build form that is well designed and encourages a place. We are requesting that the City of Barrie immediately adopt an interim control bylaw that enables a study of the current Duckworth Street intensification corridor with a view to prepare either an amendment to the official plan to delete the Codrington and Duckworth corridor and or a secondary plan establishing detailed intensification design policy. Doing so would provide clarity to how this site should be developed and what zoning would be appropriate. As the other participants speak tonight, many of them will be speaking to the information in this draft preliminary report. Next slide, please. Working together for a better community. An example here is seen on Cook Street, where the new development integrates into the established neighborhood. You will notice the height, density, setbacks, and tree protection have all been considered. When driving down Cook Street, it is hard to recognize that this is a new build. Next slide, please. As you can see from the chart, the MU2 chart, any number of uses are allowed with this type of zoning. And since only a conceptual site plan was submitted, we have no idea what will be built, only that they may be townhouses, that they will face Mountbatten Road, which is not on a corridor, but a residential street. After the interim control bylaw has been completed and a decision has been made regarding the Duckworth-Codrington intensification corridor, we ask one thing, that a formal site plan be submitted with a detailed design, including the number of bedrooms. And you'll note that at the public meeting or the neighborhood meeting, the number of bedrooms had been shown in those designs. We feel that this is not too much to ask when subdivisions with 600 homes provide this level of detail. It is important to look to the future and not continually look back at decisions that are now outdated. In the new official plan, this is considered a historic neighborhood and are no longer an intensification area. A lot of consideration was put into the new official plan, and the wisdom states that there are better approaches to intensification in established neighborhoods. Last slide, please. I'd like to end asking for you to consider the interim control bylaw. I would also like the staff to answer, how does this application fit into the new official plan? And how does this application for intensification support the integrity of a stable neighborhood? Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Ms. Mercer, thank you very much for being here and for preparing that material. And we will, of course, also receive a copy of that. So thank you for being here tonight, giving us those comments. Next, I will call on David Russell. Mr. Russell, if we could get him into the call. There we go. Mr. Russell, welcome to Planning Committee, and the floor is yours. And we can see your presentation material, but we can't hear you yet, Mr. Russell. Don't know if that's you that needs to unmute.
Sorry. Yes, there was a mute. There was a mute button there. I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff and residents. My name's Dave Russell, and our family lives at 6 Mountbatten Road. Unquiet. Shh, shh. Sorry, my wife was telling me they can't. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm really
you're
sorry
on,
about that.
if she's watching on YouTube, you're on a bit of a delay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. We love it here. We love this neighborhood. I would love to support any reasonable development of this site, but I'm honestly very discouraged to have to consider a proposal like this. And my first concern is about mixed use. This proposal is 100% residential with no potential for other uses, given the provisions requested. I understand that the city prefers mixed use zones along the corridors. It's a great idea. But what is to gain by simply abutting buildings out to the street and labeling them mixed use? Policy is very clear about the potential for public benefit of these zones, like you see on the right at 420 Essa Road. On the left is the proposal's parking wall exposed to the corridor. Do you see any potential public uses of this wall? I'm sure developers would welcome these deficient mixed-use zones. They get increased height, reduced setbacks, more unit densities, and reduced amenity spaces for residents, and they get to ignore providing the public benefit at ground level. I don't see this done in Barrie at all. I personally looked at the zones fronting the Essa corridor, and they are all RM, or valid mixed-use zones, except for one example at Essa and Athabasca, which again was just sadly putting a label of mixed use on a townhouse development. The public deserves properly functioning mixed-use zones, not the kind proposed in this development. Okay, next slide, please. My second point is about the proximities of stores and services in this area. Provincial policy places an importance for the high density of intensification on these services. It saddens me to say this, but these services don't exist here. They're actually kilometers away. Not only is food shopping out of range of walking, you can't even get a bus to food shopping. Even to Barrie North Crossing, you still need to walk half a kilometer to a bus. Closest pharmacy is a kilometer away with no bus. East Bayfield Rec Center is almost 4 kilometers away. I ask you then, corridor or not a corridor, is this really a practical place for high density? Intensification here has to consider the inevitable cars that come with it. And then there's the elephant in the room issue of the potential for 5 bedrooms in these units. So there could be up to 140 people with their cars living cheek by jowl on this very small site, creating parking problems and other issues. Personally, I think the best infrastructure available to the site is the underutilized Codrington Public School, just a block away. But how attractive is this design to families when you consider navigating strollers, car seats, and kids and bikes out of underground parking and up many sets of stairs to the units, not to mention the lack of amenity space? Next slide, please. And it's my final slide. This is about the Duckworth corridor here at Mountbatten. A quote from the justification report says that this area of Duckworth is evolving with intensification. Personally, I can't find any. I've walked the whole thing from the bottom to Grove Street looking for this evolving corridor, and I can't find any intensification done in the last 50 years. And now in the coming months, it's going to be retired as an intensification corridor. I support the suggestion of an interim control bylaw. If that's not feasible, then we have to be sensible and treat this as ad hoc intensification and make it fit in what is here today. Can we really rely on future intensified zones to complement this, given the area's proven low potential for development? Duckworth and Mountbatten is definitely not Essa and Mapleton, and I think this proposal might be confusing these two locations. So please take a look. Mountbatten on the right is a very small local road where neighborhood kids learn to ride their bikes and meet and play. And intensifying Mountbatten with a high density vehicle entrance could completely change the nature of the street. And it's so unnecessary given the many other options available. If the original proposal more than 2 years ago was reasonable, there could be people living there now. I ask then, is it really NIMBYism that is slowing development? Or is it the constant demands for provisions that go way over the maximum prescribed in the bylaws? I share a 130-foot property boundary with this site, and no one from this project has ever knocked on my door for input. Why is that? I have a lot of suggestions that are not just self-serving ones, and I think this speaks to how inappropriate the proposal is. It's so wrong that it's probably beyond constructive feedback from abutting properties. So I agree. I don't think this is a plan that you can just tweak to make it right. Rather, I think it clearly needs a plan B. And I thank you all very much for your time and attention tonight.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Russell, and for the presentation material. Thanks for being here tonight. We will move on to our next speaker, and that is Sarah Dawson. If we can bring Ms. Dawson into the call.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman, councilors, city staff, and fellow residents. My name is Sarah Dawson. I live at 5 Mount Batten Road, right across the street from Dave, with my partner and 2 children who are 3 years old and 5 months old. Our house is directly adjacent to the driveway for this proposed development. We are here tonight because we strongly oppose the applicant's request to rezone these properties to mixed use. Many of our neighbors are here tonight to share why they are opposed to this rezoning application, and we are in agreement with their concerns. 3.5 years ago, we bought our house. The same month our daughter was born. We purchased in the East End because we wanted to raise our children in an established neighborhood with quiet streets where they could learn to ride their bikes and play street hockey. We wanted good schools, mature trees, and great neighbors with a strong sense of community. When we were putting in the offer to buy our house, we took a good look at the neighborhood, and along with the city's urban design and intensification guidelines, yeah, I actually looked at those. Full disclosure, I used to write them once upon a time. We tried to envision what the future of our street and our neighborhood would look like. The guidelines identified Duckworth as an intensification corridor, but also say that the portion of Duckworth Street south of Grove Street is a well-established residential neighborhood with limited potential for intensification. If you were to visit the area, you can see why. The guidelines go on to say that any intensification should front Duckworth Street. Throughout the course of tonight, you'll become very familiar with this proposed development that accompanies this application. We never thought we would see development of this density here, or that the intensification would be fronting on Mount Batten instead of Duckworth. The East End is a desirable historical neighborhood made up of post-war brick bungalows and split-level homes. There are a number of historically compatible duplexes, townhomes, and 2.5-story apartments that are gently tucked away behind mature trees and on established quiet streets. Approving this rezoning application facilitates a development that is out of scale and not compatible with our historic neighborhood. The size of the development requires a parking garage to accommodate multiple vehicles per unit and subsequently raises the height of a development half a story. This site is accessible only by stairs. It's not designed to accommodate young families, seniors, or anyone who may have difficulties navigating stairs. Yet these are exactly the sort of people who we want to move into our neighborhood, or who currently live in our neighborhood and want to downsize. Elevating the development on top of a parking garage also changes the streetscape. The East End has a strong sense of community, and we want any new developments to integrate into it. By including design elements such as front entrances, porches, or gardens at grade level, you provide opportunities for neighbors to have impromptu chats and get to know each other. That's how I got to know all my neighbors. You also increase neighborhood safety by providing sightlines to the street, and you make residences more accessible. Building on top of a parking garage eliminates any of these opportunities for connection and changes the look of the street and doesn't fit in with our neighborhood. And let's be honest, our house is going to be directly across the street from the driveway for this proposed development. The thought of a pickup truck or SUV zipping out of an underground garage or parking lot while my children are playing outside absolutely terrifies me. My other concern is that the new official plan removes Duckworth as an intensification corridor and identifies the area as part of the East End historical neighborhood. This proposed rezoning and development is not compatible with the existing neighborhood and will not fit in with any future growth in this neighborhood. This rezoning application has me concerned for the safety of our children, and quite frankly, I'm disappointed in the investors of this project. We know that at least one of them is very familiar with this area. This is a fantastic opportunity to set a precedent for other infill developments and demonstrate how you can work with members of the community to build something that is compatible with the existing neighborhood, and yet they failed to do so. We understand that the province is requiring cities to intensify, with 50% of growth being within built-up areas, and we know growth is necessary and important. We know firsthand how difficult it is to find an affordable rental and how ridiculous housing prices. We were there. I stand with my neighbors in saying we are not against development or intensification. I know the benefits in infill development, and I actually want to see a variety of housing and unit types so that all members of our city have a place to call home. But there's ways to do that in ways that aren't at the expense of our existing neighborhoods. You can do better. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dawson, for those comments and for giving us your views tonight. Appreciate you being here. We will call on our next speaker. It's Robert Simmons. And Mr. Simmons, I think, has presentation material as well. There he is. Mr. Simmons, welcome to Planning Committee. Your showing is unmuted, Mr. Simmons, but we can't hear anything. I don't know if you're trying to speak at the moment. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right, I'll start again. Good evening, Mayor Lehman, City Council, staff, and fellow residents of Barrie. We'd like to introduce ourselves as Ange and Rob Simmons. We live at 9 Napier Street. We agree with the points raised by our neighbors, Kathleen, Dave, and Sarah, and hope that you will consider these issues when reviewing this proposal. Next slide, please. We moved to Barrie over 20 years ago and fell in love with the East End neighborhood. As you enter the east end of the city, you'll notice the historic elements of the homes with mature trees. The look of the proposed development does not fit the neighborhood. Watching council meetings, we have heard council members discuss the importance of developments blending in and existing neighborhoods. That development needs to be a win-win-win for all involved. Slide 3, please. Our property backs onto the north side of the proposed developments on Duckworth Street, submitted by Cygnus Developers and the property owners Morales. We are opposed to the proposed development as it stands. We are pro-development and we are open to development that maintains the integrity of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Our neighborhood is largely bungalows with 2-story houses. The developer is proposing 3.5 stories. The closest 3-story building to the site is 1 kilometer away. These units do not have balconies and they face the main road. The conceptual plan provided shows the buildings turn sideways and stand approximately 50 feet tall, compared to the bungalows surrounding the area that are about 15 feet. This means the proposed buildings will be 3 times the height of the existing houses. As proposed, these buildings will stand out like a sore thumb and privacy will be an issue. The first floor of the building will start at 9 feet above grade. That is halfway up the existing homes, above our fence line. All windows will be above the existing houses, compromising our privacy, not to mention the plan for balconies on the new developed buildings. The raised design will result in residents of the development from the first floor up having a full view of me and my neighbors' backyards. Our pool and our backyard will be on full display. We will have no longer the privacy as our 4-foot fence will be below the first floor of the building. Barrie's urban design plan suggests fronting should be on the main street. Repositioning the buildings to face Duckworth would give the residents privacy and improve the overall design of development. This would allow for driveways, green spaces, and fit in with the look of the East End. The plan the developer has provided has an X on the majority of the trees on the 4 lots. We assume this means that these mature trees that the East End is known for will be gone. Not only are these trees beautiful, but they also help provide privacy and buffer noise. What is the plan to protect the canopy of trees on the 4 lots and the adjoining properties? We ask the city conduct a tree survey. Next slide, please. We are opposed to changing the zoning to mixed use. As you can see from the slide, the developer and homeowner are trying to cram too many units in a small area to maximize profits. Currently, the housing density in the neighborhood is 15 units per hectare. This proposed plan is for 100 units per hectare. That is a noticeable increase that will have an impact on the existing neighborhoods, including noise, traffic, snow removal, garbage, and privacy, just to name a few. Not to mention, it is likely many of these units will be purchased by people who have no intention of living there or to provide affordable housing to those in need. We are concerned that this development will lead to issues with absentee landlords that has already plagued the East End. Little detail has been given by the developer regarding this site. They have a conceptual exterior plan for 28 units with no details about the total number of bedrooms. Our understanding is a conceptual design means that it is suggested, not set in stone. If the zoning is changed based on the conceptual drawings, the developer can change his plan to build anything that is permissible under mixed use, including a hotel, plaza, office space, etc. Why the lack of transparency on the part of the developer? A few years ago, this same developer and homeowner suggested 118 student bedrooms on the same site. Looking at the proposed development, we are left with many questions. We asked the council members request that the developer be transparent and provide an official site plan to outline what they intend to build. City Council needs to vote against this rezoning until it has the information needed to make an informed decision. We are not alone in our thinking. Close to 600 residents have signed a petition in opposition to rezoning the 4 lots on Duckworth. And I thank you for your time.
Mr. Simmons, thank you very much for your comments and for preparing the presentation material, which we will receive as well. So thanks for being here tonight. And we did receive your correspondence. I know members of council have received correspondence from you as well. Our next speaker is John Batstone. Mr. Batstone, welcome to Planning Committee. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Lehman, councillors, city staff, and residents of Barrie. A lot of my concerns have already been brought up, but I've lived at 3 Mountbatten Road for 40 years. I live directly across from the properties that are proposed for rezoning. My main concerns are the properties are now turned to face Mountbatten Road as opposed to the corridor, and the parking garage. The parking garage tells me the plan is far too big when all the other residences, multi-unit row housing, small triplexes, all have above ground parking. So obviously the developer is going out of their way to try and jam as many people into as small an area as possible. My other concern with the below grade parking, like Sarah, my neighbor, who is directly beside me, this driveway will come out right into my front yard, into my living room. And you're taking people out onto a street that goes nowhere, when you could have them exit onto Duckworth Street where they can access any part of Barrie, and for that matter, the Highway 400 series of highways within a matter of minutes. So I don't see any point to coming out onto Mountbatten Road and jamming it up. And also another factor, in the wintertime, Mountbatten Road is plowed much later than Duckworth Street because it's a residential street. We all understand that. And over the 40 years, there have been times when I've had to take a cab to work because I couldn't get out of my driveway. And I'm closer to Duckworth Street than what this exit out of the townhouses will be. So I think it's totally inappropriate, far too large. It does not fit in. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batstone, for being here tonight and giving us your comments. We'll move on to our next speaker, who is Allison Moore. Welcome to Planning Committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lehman, members of City Council, city staff, and fellow residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Alison Moore, and I have been a resident of the East End for 27 years and live at 7 Mountbatten Road. And I live almost directly across from the entrance to the property. I would like to begin by saying that I am completely in support of my neighbors who have spoken before me, and I want to be very clear that I do not support rezoning the property to mixed use for the reasons that have been presented. I do believe that development is necessary to sustain and grow the city, and I have no objections to development taking place, provided that it is a fit for the neighborhood. My comments today will focus specifically on fit in regards to the impact of traffic and the loss of trees. We note that there is no traffic impact study and a request that one be done to analyze the appropriateness of traffic flow onto Mountbatten Road versus Duckworth Street. I'm concerned about the following: the traffic that this development will bring to an otherwise very quiet street of 15 homes, the impact of a sole entrance and exit onto Mountbatten for 56 plus cars onto Duckworth versus onto Duckworth Street, which is the principal road, the congestion created on the property and the potential for just one municipal service such as snow removal, garbage collection, or emergency vehicles to plug up the access to the property, the inappropriate inclusion of 16 tandem parking spots in an underground parking garage, which will potentially lead to 16 additional cars parking on a very quiet side street. I'm concerned that this congestion will create safety issues for residents and children at play. The fact that the proposed exit and entrance is directly across from number 3 and number 5 Mountbatten Road, and the impact of 56 sets of headlights shining into their front windows will have on their ability to enjoy their homes. And the backup of traffic exiting the property, pushing drivers towards Rodney, Napier, and Codrington Street, resulting in increased traffic on surrounding side roads and an elementary school zone. On the traffic issue, we asked the following: that adequate parking for the individual townhomes be incorporated within the design of each townhome, that tandem parking only be allowed in the driveways of the individual townhouses in keeping with the character of our neighborhood, and that the proposal front onto Duckworth Street, which is the primary road and the intensification corridor in the current official plan. The second issue I'd like to speak to is the loss of trees on the property. And I note that a tree study has been included on the proposal. And of the 27 trees, 16 are recommended for removal and 11 for protecting. Of the 11 remaining trees, 8 are on the property line of number 6 Mountbatten Road, and the report recommends that a, quote, consent to harm agreement be obtained from the property owner, which suggests that these trees will likely not survive the development process. The viability of the property line trees is directly impacted by the reduced setback variances on the north and east sides of the development. None of the boundaries have sufficient space to provide appropriate buffers required to protect existing trees or to promote new tree growth. The proposed tree removal is not in keeping with the city's desire to preserve and protect existing tree canopy and is contrary to Section 9 of the city's Urban Design Manual. Mature trees promote shade, soil stability, runoff retention, air quality, privacy, and character. In order to ensure fit with the neighborhood, we request appropriate setback to protect the existing trees and landscape, which will encourage a design in keeping with the character of the East End. I would like to end by saying how disappointed I am in the size and the scope of this project, particularly the inappropriate request to rezone the land to mixed use. This is not an appropriate location for this type of use. Mixed use should be focused north towards Grove and closer to the college. Essentially, this property will front onto a quiet side street and in effect will forever change the nature and charm of this part of the East End. The zoning request, if allowed, could be precedent setting, and all neighborhoods in the East End should be concerned about this being allowed. This project should be required to front onto Duckworth Street, be required to reassess the number of trees coming down, and in doing so, reduce the number of units allowed on this small parcel of land. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I look forward to working with the City Council and the developers to create a design that fits into this beautiful part of Barrie.
Thanks very much, Ms. Moore, for your comments and for being part of the meeting tonight. Appreciate you being here. Our next speaker is Jeff Garner. Mr. Garner. If we can get him into the call, there he is. And I understand there's present, he has, Mr. Garner, you have presentation material as well. We'll get that up on the screen. There we go. Okay, floor is yours. And Mr. Garner, there we go.
I got it. Thanks so much.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman, City Councilors, City Planning staff, and fellow residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, for me to speak this evening. My name is Jeff Garner. I live at 10 Belcourt Avenue, and I've been a resident of Ward 1 for 59 years, so that's my entire life. Born and raised in the East End, I have a deep attachment to this neighborhood and its residents. I am a member of the East End Neighbors Group, and I do oppose this rezoning application. Intensification is needed, and I'm not against it. However, intensification should not be excessive. This proposed development is 100 units per hectare, does not fit into this quiet, stable neighborhood. Based on Schedule I of the official plan, a primary corridor could target up to 50 units per hectare. This development is double that at 100. This development really would be more appropriate at an intensification node. Next slide, please. Our petition certainly has grown. It's now at 586 signatures and it's growing daily. And launched only a few weeks ago, the success of this petition shows just how important this issue is with the East End residents. This development would drastically change the character and charm of the neighborhood. Goes without saying that safe and affordable housing is a very important issue facing the residents of Barrie. We're not anti-development. This is not NIMBYism. It's our wish to work with the city, the developer, and ensure this future development is in keeping with this beautiful neighborhood. Next slide, please. Here is the conceptual site plan from the planning justification report. Being conceptual only, my concern is that this site plan could change once the rezoning takes place. So once rezoned, the zoning itself would allow up to 53 different permitted uses. And until that project is complete, the design could change numerous times. So I think it would be imperative to have a formal site plan prior to approving a rezone. Next slide, please. Here I've shown the proposed Duckworth townhouse design alongside an existing townhouse complex on Georgian Drive. As you can see, lots of similarities in the features and design. However, the Georgian Drive complex is on a 4-lane high-traffic road located near RVH and Georgian College. The Duckworth proposed development would be located on a quiet 2-lane street close to Codrington Street School. It simply doesn't fit. With this proposed development being only 280 meters to Codrington Street School, it would be extremely important for city planners and councillors to keep safety a high priority when reviewing this application. Next slide, please. So townhouses geared to student rental was the original focus at the neighborhood meeting, and IPS provided detailed layouts of the townhouse units at that time. And why are they not showing a detailed layout of the townhouses now? Could these proposed townhouses be built with 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, which really would be attractive only to investors for 5-person rooming house? A 5-bedroom townhouse is not geared to younger families, first-time home buyers, or residents looking to downsize, as per their report. Accessibility should also be a key focus. Ground floor, main entrances, fewer stairs, and of course, some wheelchair access. There is a huge appetite for investment properties in Barrie, both from individuals and large real estate companies. It's big business, and it defeats the purpose of affordable housing. A project this size is geared to profit, not affordability. Next slide, please. This slide is not a mistake. Last week, I spoke with another Barrie resident who presented this analogy to council for a similar development. And he said, this development, if permitted, would be akin to dropping an aircraft carrier into the Barrie Marina and saying it's for the sake of development and it floats on water. It would stand out, but not in a good way. And this is how we feel. It's too big, it's too aggressive. So why not scale the size back to a boat that actually fits into the marina? Next slide, please. So we're asking, please do not approve this rezoning application. Ask the developer to work along with the city planners and residents for a development that fits. As Councillor McCann has always stated in the past, heard it many times, should be a win-win-win. And back in the December meeting, I know Deputy Mayor Ward stated, planning is all about compromise. So let's find a compromise here if we can. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Mr. Garner. Appreciate you coming and preparing the presentation as well. We will move on to our next speaker, who is Sarah Moore. Ms. Moore, welcome to Planning Committee. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman, Councillor, city staff, and fellow residents. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. My name's Sarah Moore, and I've lived in the ward for the last 20 years. I currently reside at 15 Marwendi Drive. I'd like to start by saying that I am in full agreement with the issues that my fellow residents have raised today, and I do not support the rezoning of this land to MU2. Like them, I'm supportive of appropriate development and intensification on the property. But I feel that to fit this neighborhood, the proposal needs to respect the height, density, and green space that defines the East End. I'm not personally impacted by the development, but I am concerned about the precedent that it sets for the East End as we go forward. We know that there are developers buying up small homes in the East End, and that these issues will show up again and again at council table. I'd like to just take a minute to summarize the key issues and requests that have been made tonight. And you'll find them summarized on page 18 and 19 of the preliminary report, which is in your package. I don't expect that you will necessarily take a look at that right now, but I will just summarize. First of all, we've raised issues tonight that I believe make the case for a pause in this process and support our request for an interim control bylaw with a view to either a secondary plan establishing detailed intensification design policies for the area, or an amendment to the official plan to delete this corridor as is proposed in the new official plan before council now. Secondly, we've outlined 5 requests related to the application for rezoning to MU2. The first is that permitted uses be restricted to residential R2 uses and townhomes. Second, that student housing be allowed only in detached homes as set out in the zoning bylaw. Third, that building height be restricted to 2 stories. 4, that building setbacks follow the established building setback on the street that the development faces. And 5, that tandem parking be allowed only in the driveways of individual townhomes in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Finally, we've identified a number of design issues and recommendations related to frontage, parking, trees, and road access, and a number of other things. Again, these are also outlined in the noted report. My final comments come from having worked with the East End neighbors as we've grappled with the issues surrounding this proposal. I believe that the interest and willingness to stand up and dispute the proposal reflects a passion for our city, neighborhoods, and neighbors. It's not reflective of being anti-development or anti-intensification. Residents have participated in good faith in the city's consultation on official plan, urban guidelines, and other city-led initiatives. And I think we owe it to our residents to make those plans a reality. Proposals that are widely outside of the standards, as this one is, continue to push the envelope bit by bit. And each time we give a bit, the new standard has been set. So it's a problem that's going to kind of continue to grow. City residents are at a disadvantage in this process as well. Developers are professional and we are not. And it takes knowledge, money, and ability to engage experts in order to collect the type of response that a proposal of this nature requires. It's a process that comes with considerable personal and financial costs for the residents involved. In addition to countless hours spent on this, we have retained a professional planner at our own expense. It does make me wonder how many residents of Barrie can't afford a voice at the table when it comes to these issues. It's simply not sustainable and not fair that Barrie residents must fight these same issues over and over again. We chose the East End for its unique characteristics. Others have chosen the downtown because it has a unique neighborhood, and others have chosen one of the many newer neighborhoods that will meet their unique needs. Please do not let the East End neighborhood be irrevocably damaged by an inappropriate rezoning and a bad design. I'd like to finish by saying thank you to Council for the hours that you've spent on these types of issues as you look at expanding development in the city. I'm sure it feels like Groundhog Day because resident group after resident group keeps coming to the table. And we really do realize that this is not an easy job managing so many competing interests. We look forward to working with the city and the developer, and we really look forward to welcoming new neighbors to attractive housing that will be suitable and accessible for families, seniors, really for all residents. On behalf of the East End Neighborhood Group, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. Thanks for those comments. We'll move to our next speaker. That is Susan McKendry. Ms. McKendry, welcome to Planning Committee. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Lehman and council members and residents of Barrie. My name is Susan McKendry, and I've been a resident of the East End for the past 30 years. My husband has been a resident for the past 60 years. We've made a deliberate choice to live in the East End because of the beautiful green space, larger residential lots for increased privacy and space, the quietness and peacefulness, and of course, the sense of safety we feel in this neighborhood. This is not a transient neighborhood. We know our neighbors, we socialize, we communicate, we build ice rinks, we organize fundraisers, we work together to keep our neighborhood safe, we check on our elderly neighbors. Most of us have lived here for decades. This is where we have chosen to raise our children, to retire, and to sleep at night. This is a lifestyle choice that we have made because of the desirability of the landscape of the East End. We are not ignorant to the fact that growth is occurring and the city needs to adjust to this reality. We recognize that the Duckworth corridor is designated for intensification. However, we must agree that this proposal and request for rezone does not fit the landscape of the neighborhood. This proposal will rob the residents of Mount Batten and the East End in general of the very things that drew us to live here in the first place. I will ask you all to take a moment, imagine your own neighborhoods and where you deliberately chose to reside, to raise your kids, to retire, or to sleep at night. Now imagine someone has agreed to allow a 28-unit townhouse to be built next door to you or across the road from you. Imagine what that would be like for you. Imagine the uncertainty of what that entails. The loss of green space, the increased traffic, the noise, the uncertainty of what you know, the uncertainty of your future. Imagine how powerless you would feel given the senselessness of this proposal. These zoning changes, if passed, will change our lives and will have irreversible consequences for where we have deliberately chosen to live. We deliberately chose to live in an R1 neighborhood. We did not choose to live in an M2 area. This is not what we chose when we purchased our homes and planned our futures. We understand that growth is inevitable. We support the city in their effort to address the housing issues. We do not support the city in changing the rules to allow for a unit like this, a townhouse, to be built in a place where it does not fit. We all know this is not about affordable housing, and please hear our voices. Any proposal for this site has to fit the existing landscape, and this one certainly does not. I'm in complete agreement with my friends and neighbors who have already spoken, and I would ask you to please say no to this rezone. Thank you.
Ms. McKendry, thank you very much for your comments and for being in the meeting tonight. We will move on to our next speaker, which is Peggy Manos. Peggy, welcome to Planning Committee. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Lehman, city councilors, planning staff, and neighbors of the East End. My name is Peggy Manos, and unlike the rest of my neighbors, I've only been on Mount Batten. I live at 17 Mount Batten Road, and I've only been in that home for a year now. And one of the things I really love about living there, and before I bought, I actually went and sat outside that house in my car and watch the traffic, the foot traffic, the car traffic, just to get a good feel for what it was like before I actually put an offer in on the house. It was quiet, larger lots with beautiful trees, safe, stable, just like all my, the previous speakers have mentioned about the area. But Mountbatten in particular really spoke to me and made me, put in that offer to that house, which I had lived in my previous house for 28 years, not in Barrie. So when I moved to Mountbatten, it was to retire and to live a safe, quiet, stable neighborhood with larger lots. Then I hear about this rezoning and I start speaking to my neighbors, and I have to agree with all of them. This, even though I'm further down the street on Mountbatten, it doesn't directly like the neighbors that are going to be right against the 28 townhomes. It doesn't affect me in that way, but it does affect me in the fact that there's going to be a higher volume of cars, not going to be as quiet, less trees. When I turn down my street, I'm going to see this eyesore, this 28 townhomes with way too many cars. And I'm really, it saddens me that I've only been in this home for a year, and now, this is of a concern of mine, and as it is my neighbors. And I hope you will really listen to everyone and hear what they say. And I agree with everything that's been said, and I really hope that you won't approve this this request for the mixed use for this development. Thank you very much for listening and for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for being here. Our next speaker is Lori Levere. And if we can just bring her into the call.
Mary,
yeah.
it looks like we may have lost her. So if we want to move on to the next speaker, we'll try and get her back.
Sure, we will come back to Ms. Levere at the end. Our next speaker after that is Lawrence Pomfret. Larry, welcome to Planning Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, councillors, city staff, and fellow residents. While I do not live on Mountbatten or in Ward 1, I spend a great deal of time there. My significant other owns a home on Mountbatten Road. And I've been observing what's been going on, not just at this meeting tonight, but overall in the process. And I would say that Barrie is facing a problem. The problem is that there's not enough housing in Barrie, specifically not enough affordable housing. And rather than solving that problem, this development is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. I can't imagine an intersection that is less suited for an MU2 zoning than Duckworth and Mountbatten. And I cannot imagine a street that is less suited to 56 parked cars coming in and out of a driveway than Mountbatten Road. I think if this was a family-friendly development, which it's not. I mean, realistically, 5 or 6 stairs up to a unit is screaming, and 4 or 5 bedrooms in a unit is screaming for student housing. If this was a family-friendly unit, or if it was an accessible unit, accessible units for seniors, and if the MU2 unit met the needs of the community, the opposition that you're facing right now wouldn't exist. The reason it exists is because the development or the redevelopment of any neighborhood, but specifically a residential neighborhood, must complement that neighborhood, not create unnecessarily traffic problems, unnecessary parking problems, unnecessary privacy problems, and unnecessary densification problems. And as others have said, I won't necessarily rehash everything everybody else has said. We're a couple or 3 kilometers away from, and not on a bus line, from from stores, restaurants. The only thing that's close by that's of any use to anybody is Codrington School. And the problem with Codrington School is it has little ones in it, and little ones won't be living there because young families won't use up these units. And with that, I will thank you very much for listening to me. And I do appreciate the time and energy that you folks are putting into this process.
Thanks for being here, Larry, and for giving us those comments tonight. Appreciate you being here. Our next speaker is Neil Wallace. Mr. Wallace, welcome to Planning Committee. And if we can just get you off mute, Neil, we'll be able to hear your comments. No, Mr. Wallace, I don't know if you can hear us, but we can't hear you yet. You're still showing as on mute. Seems to happen with one unlucky contestant per public meeting. Mr. Wallace, if you can hear us, we haven't been able to hear you yet. I'll give you one more chance here, and then we may have to come back to you. No luck. Okay, I'll just ask our staff to see if you can reach Mr. Wallace and help him with his audio, and we will move on to our next speaker, who are Pat and Carol Quinn. We can bring, oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, yes?
The Quinns are not on the call.
Oh, all right. Well, then it won't be the Quinns. It will be Bertha Abbott. Ms. Abbott, I think you're on the phone, and if we can bring her into the call. We're not having any luck there either. You're on mute.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we're just getting her on the phone. It'll just be a second.
All right, I'll give you a moment.
We are getting this, goodness, where we go, Miss Abbott on the phone. We just, we're starting to dial her and we didn't realize we were going to have a few no-shows. So that's why we're a bit delayed.
Okay.
Mayor Lehman, can we just move to the next speaker and then we'll come back to Miss Abbott?
That's a good idea. Yep. Okay. We will move to our next speaker, who is Kathy Kolbach. Ms. Kolbach, no stranger to Planning Committee. If we can get her into the call. Okay, I'm sure we did this one before.
This Kathy Koldak is not on the call.
My goodness. Well, I'm guessing she may be back. So we will, by the way, folks, for everybody who we miss, we do go back to at the end. So if we've called your name or somebody's frantically messaging you saying they called your name and you weren't there, we will call your name again at the end. I will cycle back and go through all the individuals who registered but have not had a chance to speak when their name came up. But I do see Marshall Green has joined us, and he is our next speaker. Mr. Green, welcome to Planning Committee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can be heard? Great.
You can.
Thank you. I want to point out, first of all, that I'm not here in any way on behalf of my employer. I'm here on my personal behalf, and I have no personal axe to grind in this application, really. I currently live far enough away from the site that I don't think I'll be personally impacted. And also my wife and I will be moving to the Lake House condominium development in due course. So again, I have no personal impact from this proposal likely. However, I have been a near 40-year resident in the East End and now living at 71 Highland Avenue. We previously lived for some 35 years on White Pine Place, where I raised 3 children, one of whom played in band with Mayor Lehman. Then I can well understand the concerns of those who live and will continue to live in this area. This is a very special part of the city. It's largely older and very well-maintained housing stock, well-treed and landscaped lots. And there's a history of the East End itself, which is told on several storyboards as you enter the North Shore Trail from near Heritage Park. There's an existing mix of both higher and more affordable subdivision type homes and post-war housing. And some of them are there's also some well-spaced, small-scale multi-residential development that is generally sympathetic to the surrounding neighborhood. As I think someone's pointed out already, the East End is not untouched or unavailable to intensification. The example is in fact our own home at 71 Highland, which is located on a block of land east of Cook Street and south of Codrington Park and north of Collingwood Crescent. Some 10 years ago, this property had been developed with 2 homes, one heritage home and one story-and-a-half home that had been there for many, many years. Through several applications to the Committee of Adjustment, there are now 7 houses on the same piece of land. But the implementation of this increased intensification was done with some great appreciation for the surrounding large treed lots. One of them was actually done by Mr. Hunter's company on behalf of a developer. The single-family homes have been added. There are still surrounding larger tree lots. For the most part, the existing older tree stock has been maintained, and the materials and the style of the houses, while varied, still does respect the surroundings. I'd like to talk for a second about the official plan. There is, of course, a new official plan that we realize will not be coming in place for perhaps quite a while. I sat in on the first hour and realized that there are some amendments still to be made to that. The developer will have to face the fact that the portion of Duckworth Street on which their land is placed is no longer to be an intensification corridor. I'm interested, the fact that that's changed, there must be a substantial reason for that, and that may even form the reason for an interim control bylaw if the city should move that way. The developer, of course, is allowed to be measured in large part on the existing in-force official plan. However, the existing official plan contains some very stringent policies, which I would argue the developer cannot meet. In order to save a lot of time, I'm not going to read through the several sections that I've extracted from the official plan, but I can indicate that on my brief look through the plan, there are 9 provisions in the existing plan and 6 provisions in the new plan that touch on intensification in existing neighborhoods. I'm going to send my whole presentation in to the city clerk, and you'll get the whole sections there. But I wanted to just read a couple of them. Section 3.3.2.1 under general policies subsection C, says that the review process for intensification applications will include consideration of the existing and planned character and lot fabric of the area, as well as the intensification and density targets of the plan. And 3.4.2.1 says that proposed development shall be encouraged to be in keeping with the immediate physical context and streetscape by being generally of the same height, width, massing, and orientation as adjacent buildings, being of similar setback, of like or compatible materials, and using similarly proportioned windows, doors, and roof shapes in order to maintain a sense of visual continuity and compatible building design. There are several other sections, as I mentioned, but I'll read two as well from the proposed new official plan. And 2.4.2.1b says that the new development shall ensure a gradual transition towards more compact forms of development. And 2.6.2.1 of the new plan says that any proposed development must be sensitive to and compatible with the character, form, and plan function of the surrounding context. There's also whole sections in the new plan about designing for human scale. I also wanted to just take 1 second to have a look, to quote for you from a couple of decisions from the Ontario Land Tribunal. The developer may not be all thrilled about this idea, but I have a strong suspicion that he's going to end up in front of the tribunal. And they've been dealing with this for some time now, the idea of intensification versus compatibility. And in one case from London, the tribunal said, in this case, the planning witnesses agree that the proposed development generally accords with the intensification policies in the provincial policy statement, and that the main issue relates to conformity with the city's official plan. In particular, while several OP policies were engaged, the core issue is one of compatibility with and character of the neighborhood. While the OP generally encourages residential intensification, it is subject to a number of policies and criteria to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood context in terms of general impact and also from an urban design perspective. The tribunal also finds that the proposed development in no way reflects the character of the surrounding primarily single detached residential development and cannot be considered to maintain that character or to be compatible with this context. There's also one case from Burlington, which said the tribunal accepts that the development in its current form fails to satisfy the OP requirements for compatibility and transition. The tribunal agrees that townhouses are permitted within low-density neighborhoods, subject to the requirements of the OP, but that this proposal does not sufficiently balance intensification with integration in the existing neighborhood. The features of the community include separations between dwellings with spacious yards and landscape or treed open space. The tribunal finds insufficient transition is provided between the individual dwellings on large lots and, interestingly, 26 townhouses in their proposed form. What I'm trying to get at is that this is not a unique situation for Barrie, but that this developer has had a problem that's been faced many times by the tribunal and by persons like yourself on planning committee. There should be little concern in my position for the city meeting its intensification targets. There are multiple high-rise projects now underway or under construction in the city, and in particular in the downtown and on arterial streets in the existing built boundary of the city. Although the city is very lucky to have no real slum areas or brownfield areas on the border of residential areas that need to be rebuilt, there is no need to knock down a few houses on the literal doorsteps of a well-designed, well-maintained residential neighborhood to create what is without doubt a totally incompatible development. To finish, I'm not a planner or a surveyor, but based on the example of what took place around my own home, I would suspect the developer of this block of land that used to contain 4 homes could likely get twice that number on the same parcel, still make a nice, if not tremendous profit, and would be able to make those new homes much more valuable than the ones he purchased. The East End is a much sought after neighborhood With modern homes there, each could have even a second suite. He could end up with 16 units instead of his 28, make nearly as much money, and protect the integrity of the neighborhood homes on Mountbatten and on Duckworth. He may also avoid the cost and delay of a lengthy Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green, for that those comments and that material. Appreciate you being here. We will move on to our next speaker, who is Tammy Lauren. Tammy, welcome to Planning Committee. Tammy, I think you're still on mute. We're not having too much luck with the audio all of a sudden. Ms. Lauren, if you can hear us, we can't hear you yet. If you can unmute, Madam Clerk.
Can the team move in Scott Lauren? I think maybe Tammy might have been having problems with her audio, so someone's come on as Scott Lauren with the same last name.
There we go.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And of course, having listened for the last 2.5 hours, I have to come on after Mr. Green. Perfect timing.
That's not a problem. So I assume we're talking to Scott. We had Tammy registered. Are you both together?
We are indeed together.
All right.
Mayor
Welcome
Lehman,
to
thank you
Planning
very
Committee.
much. I received a frantic look kind of across the room here. So yes, I'm thankfully able to speak on behalf of our family. My name is Scott Lauren. I live at 17 Napier Street. We've lived here since August of '98, where we have our two sons and our soon-to-be 12-year-old chocolate lab, Abby. With so much being said and so many speakers this evening, there isn't a lot more as far as, facts, context, those types of things that I can offer, other than to reiterate just a couple of points. I mean, I think we understand that this is not a wholly altruistic venture. This is not a proposal meant to alleviate the affordable housing crisis. Having sat through the initial planning phase, the review of the official plan from 6 till 7, questions abound, certainly regarding what is affordable housing, who can afford housing in the East End, who can afford housing in Barrie after the first sale of units. What does affordable housing look like, and who's going to chase that down the rabbit hole? I think it's all, I think we understand the answers to those questions. I think we need to look at, the Foundry Georgian residential complex on Georgian Drive. I have a number of friends in the Barrie Police Service, and I know that they are called out constantly to deal with issues to that particular address at 310 Georgian. I know there are lots of concerns, certainly, with the type, scope, number of potential uses if this does get rezoned to MU2. Including but not limited to, certainly, the fact that lessees are very rarely, if ever, vetted, that sublets are rarely, if ever, vetted. We have cases where we have 17, 18, 19-year-old students that are living with 35-year-old residents. It is a recipe for disaster. When I look at my history in the East End, I've lived here my entire life, save for the years I went to play hockey in Windsor and spent at university. I've been here for 51 years. I look at the proposal through Innovative Planning Solutions and Cygnus Incorporated. I really struggle to reconcile when I look at what they've put out as a review of the official plan and moving to their conclusion of their review. really wonder and have difficulty and great difficulty with seeing how the official plan in their mind is aiming to accommodate the projected needs of residents, the current needs of residents. I don't see how that falls in line with anything that we've heard tonight. I'm not going to shed more light onto that. As a professional educator for nearly 30 years, I look at, one number that stands out, and it was alluded to earlier on from one of the former speakers. The number is 280. Codrington Public School is 280 meters from the proposed development site. Codrington Public School at open of business today had 280 students in their classes. They range in age from ages 4 to 14. Having been a high school teacher for, like I said, nearly 30 years, I will say that students at the high school age and level are not always gifted with lots of forethought, not lots of thinking what may happen in the future. I worry desperately about the impact this development could have on the lives of kids running out between cars, looking at the increased traffic volume on Mount Batten and Duckworth. One needs to simply look at Codrington Public, at pickup time, and it is a sea of humanity and cars and people and little ones. And that's 10 months of the year. The other 2 months, which should be, kind of free time, June, July, kids are even less vigilant, even less in their mind of, hey, what's safe? What should we be looking out for? It terrifies me. As a younger person, I lost a friend, teammate, in a school day accident. And I see his dad 2-3 times a month. And he would be 75, 78 now. And every time I talk to him, he wants to talk about his son, who was killed years ago. He was with another friend of mine who didn't perish that day, but in what we would call middle age, I guess, took his own life. So a lot of stuff going on, obviously, a lot of issues. But for me, I look at it and I cannot see how this development in any way, shape, or form, concept, design, size, scope, makes any sense for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lauren. Understand there's some heartfelt feelings in there for sure. And thank you for being here tonight to give us your comments. We'll move on to our next speaker tonight, who is Karen Melnick. Ms. Melnick, welcome to Planning Committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good evening to council members and the many residents who are participating tonight. My name is Karen Yulin Melnick. I'm in full support of the previous speakers and do not support rezoning this property. I've lived in Barrie, in the Barrie area for almost 30 years. I love living here. And I'm currently renting in the East End, close to downtown. I'd like to share my concerns and my hopes regarding the proposed development, including rezoning on Duckworth at Mount Batten. As council is very well aware, affordable housing, whether for rental or home ownership, is at crisis levels for our city and has been for some time now. We often hear about housing affordability and the impact on our younger generations, including many of our own young adult children. I'm speaking today to shine a spotlight on another population that has been deeply impacted by this crisis. older single people, particularly women who we know are economically disadvantaged for so many reasons. I divorced after a long-term marriage just before the pandemic began. As a single 58-year-old woman, I lose sleep many nights over whether I will ever be able to afford to own my own home again, or even to be able to move to a more permanent rental in the area. I'm not alone in this distress. There are many, many others in similar circumstances, and data shows that this is definitely a growing trend. Unlike younger generations, we do not have the luxury of 25 years to pay off a mortgage, and ridiculously high rent makes it extremely difficult to save for retirement and future healthcare costs. This has been problematic for many years, and the pandemic has made this exponentially worse. The East End is known for its strong sense of community with modest-sized homes that are well taken care of. Neighbors check on neighbors. People are always out walking the quiet tree-lined streets, and there are numerous community-based activities and events. The local school, which is just around the corner from this site, is primarily a walking school. The East End is like an old-fashioned neighborhood that is hard to find today. Numerous studies have very clearly demonstrated that our mental health and how we age is negatively impacted by social and physical isolation and lack of exercise. Neighborhoods like the East End make aging in place a viable option for its residents. And in fact, many East Enders are doing exactly that now. This unique and special neighborhood needs to be protected and should be celebrated. Isn't this really what we all want from our communities? This housing crisis has the potential for knee-jerk reactions. It might be tempting to let builders and developers slam down as many units as possible, to house as many bodies as possible, as fast as possible. The motto of rack 'em and stack 'em is not appropriate here and will lead to decline in the character of this neighborhood. Additionally, the proposed concept is not accessible to those with disabilities. Developers are interested in the bottom line with little regard for the impact of the surrounding area. Changing zoning to basically allow developers carte blanche to do whatever they want is not appropriate. It's up to City Council to ensure that what does happen with this property is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and to protect the special quality of it. Approving the rezoning as proposed by the developer, which could potentially open the door to projects such as a bus station or other high traffic retail businesses, would be incredibly irresponsible. The developer's plans have not been transparent, and what is currently available are only conceptual plans with many unknowns. It is my hope that this property will be responsibly developed in keeping with the character of the East End neighborhood. I would be the first one to sign up for a modest 3-bedroom townhouse with a small outdoor space and suitable on-site parking. Units with 4 or 5 bedrooms are too large for a family or single person and will not be lived in by the owner. Rather, they will be rented out by the room and will have off-site landlords. There's no connection to the community this way, not to mention incredible parking and safety issues. Please do not let lack of appropriate planning over many, many years suddenly force a change in course towards an attitude of anything goes for developers. While action and development does need to happen, this must be done in a thoughtful, measured way that is in keeping with everything that we know about building safe, healthy, inclusive communities. We are looking to every single member of this council to stand up for the residents of the East End, regardless of who the developer of this property happens to be, and to reject this proposed rezoning. This cannot be open season for developers to do whatever they want. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Melnick, and for being here tonight. Our next speaker is Wendy Winfelder. Ms. Winfelder, welcome to Planning Committee.
I'm sorry, I was not planning to speak tonight. On to the next speaker, please.
Oh, okay. Thanks for being here, though. Our next speaker is Peter Coutier. Mr. Coutier. Peter, welcome to Planning Committee.
Your Worship, thank you very much. And to Council, I'm pleased to be here, though not for the reasons that I'd like to be, because I, like everyone you've heard so far, am against this proposal. I find it almost incomprehensible how somebody could suggest that multi-use corridor zoning would be appropriate for these lots. I read through 90 odd pages of comments that I think has been sent to all of you, and I'm sure most of you haven't taken the time to read through it all, but I'll save you the effort. Aside from a few commenting agencies, there was only one page that was in favor of this proposal. The other, call it 85, were not. And that one page had one very interesting condition. She suggested that she wants more intensification as long as the units are accessible for people with mobility issues. Well, I look at this development and I see that on the diagram, they have 2 parking spots, you know, with the little wheelchair symbol. It's not, you have to go up a full flight of stairs to reach any of the units here. Nothing is accessible for somebody who has to use a wheelchair or has difficulty with stairs. So I say, I would argue that even the one person who was in favor of more intense development on this lot is not going to be satisfied. Mixed use, clearly, the design has no concept of, no plans of being mixed use. I was actually quite surprised when Mr. Hunter in his presentation said something along the lines of, the building has been built, the walls are closer to Duckworth for this better street presence. But did you notice in the reports that when they did nice renderings of the building, there wasn't one rendering of what it would look like on Duckworth. You're facing a relatively blank wall with a few staircases, and at eye level, and above eye level, below eye level, all you're seeing is block wall. Well, don't tell me that's street presence. Otherwise, I totally misunderstand the concept. This is not designed for people to walk around or bicycle around or enjoy the neighborhood. And all the nice trees that are there, most of them will be gone. It clearly does not fit. So, and you know, and this whole idea of being on a corridor, well, we know in the official plan yet to be approved, the one for our future, Duckworth is not, this section of Duckworth is not considered a corridor. I mean, I've driven Duckworth Street for the last 3 decades, almost every day, and I can tell you, Duckworth at Grove Street, it's completely different than Duckworth at Mountbatten. The road diminishes down, and very few people are going to use Duckworth to go down to downtown, because you have that challenging interchange between Duckworth and St. Vincent, where sight lines are a little challenging and people don't really enjoy that. So they cut off before they get as far as this building. So I think that the zoning is just so inappropriate. It's so inappropriate to build something here that has this interior parking. They're talking, so many have called it underground, but in reality, it is above grade, almost a full story in most of the perimeter. It makes absolutely no sense, in my opinion, to have such a building in our neighborhood. No sense at all. I'm also, I tried to figure out, I mean, I'm very disappointed that there was no suggestion of what these 28 units would actually look like. But I tried to do a bit of calculation, and I hope my math isn't totally off. But if the 2 back-to-back townhouse buildings, they're very roughly 6,000 square feet, or if you prefer, 566 square meters, if the dimensions on them are correct, which tells me that there's a floor space of each unit of roughly 435 square feet. Now that means you're gonna have and then you got to take away the fact that there's staircases get between them all. Each floor is gonna be about 400 square feet. We're not talking huge units. So I think you have to sort of take that into account, and that given the design, as so many others have said already, it's not suitable for seniors, it's not suitable for families. So what do you have left? Perhaps students. Are they putting 5 bedrooms into this or 4 bedrooms into these units? I think that's very important to know. Also, you know, they say they're compatible with the official plan, which encourages walking, bicycling, public transit. That's what should be happening on corridors. But yet they put in more than double the parking that's required per unit. This is clearly designed for people who are going to get around by car. Don't imagine that this is designed in any way for people who plan on walking to work or bicycling to work or hopping on a bus. This is for people who are driving. And you've already heard a lot about how dangerous, you know, all these cars coming out on Mountbatten and, you know, within a block of Codrington School. Just, I'm afraid it makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I also, you know, I'm looking at the density. R2 is how it's currently zoned. And if I understand the zoning correctly, even though the current zoning says single homes, you could build 12 units on this, these 4 properties and still be within the density, I believe, that R2 would allow. Call that 2 sixplexes. Well, we have sixplexes in the east end of town. They're generally 2.5 stories high. They fit in. If you go for a walk around the area and you go by a sixplex, it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. Or you can have a dozen townhomes, all at ground level, and it wouldn't. There you would have quite a bit more intensification without actually creating a monster, and which this is compared to its neighborhood. So I strongly urge you to not approve this zoning. It is not appropriate for this area. It does not fit in. It certainly doesn't fit in with your future plans. And if that requires you to somehow, I mean, wasn't it Councillor Harvey who earlier in this meeting suggested there should be a 3-story limit to buildings and neighborhoods? This is 4 stories. I mean, there may be 3 stories where people living in, but they put it on top of a garage. I think that this needs to be stopped and reviewed, and the developer needs to come back with a more reasonable plan that respects the future, which means respects the official plan that you're working on right now, not a plan from a number of years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the comments tonight, Peter. Our next speaker is Danielle Hatchborn. Danielle, welcome to Planning Committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, city councilors, members of the planning department, and fellow residents of Barrie. My name is Danielle Hackborn, and I live at 211 Wellington Street East in Ward 2. And I'd like to express my concern in relation to the proposed development at 189, 191, 195, and 197 Duckworth Street for a number of reasons. Firstly, why do I care? I don't live on Duckworth or Mountbatten or Napier, but I bought my first home ever in the East End in 2018. And I bought in the East End for all the reasons that all of the residents who have spoken before me have said. The older homes, the mature trees, the neighborhood feel, and being able to walk my streets and feel safe. And while my property is not directly impacted by this development, I walk my dog 2 to 3 times a day along Napier, Duckworth, Rodney, Mountbatten, and I see this proposed development and the impacts it could have reaching far beyond just the abutting properties. As previously mentioned by a number of residents, the City of Barrie's intensification plan states that the recommended unit density for the Duckworth corridor is 50 units per hectare outside of any primary or secondary nodes. The current proposed development is 97 units per hectare in a non-node area of the corridor, which translates to 94% more units per hectare than the recommendations set by the City of Barrie. So my question to the developer is, what is the rationale for such an extraordinary exceedance of the recommendations? And my question to the city is why are proposed developments that are submitted with more than a 20% variance on the recommended unit density even reviewed by the city, since they don't align with your recommendations as per the intensification plan? As a local resident, I feel that this excessive exceedance of the units per hectare requirement alone makes this proposed development unsuitable for this area. In relation to parking, this is not the first development in the city of Barrie to propose tandem parking. And while I applaud the generous 2.3 parking ratio, I would like to draw your attention to previously approved developments that also were submitted by Innovative Planning Solutions along Esser Road, where tandem parking was approved. And since then, there have been countless complaints from neighboring residents, neighboring businesses, as well as the new occupants of these units in regard to a lack of parking, in part due to the lower functionality of tandem parking. This has led to concerns regarding pedestrian and motor vehicle safety. I also agree with the other concerns noted by many of the individuals who have already spoken in regards to the underground internal parking. By replacing 4 single dwelling units with 28 units, you're translating this to a 7-fold increase in dwellings. The potential for increased traffic is a concern, particularly along Mountbatten, the proposed access street, and Duckworth Street. Additionally, as previously mentioned, I have concerns regarding traffic related safety with the proximity of this proposed development to an elementary school. I noted that the current proposal does not include a traffic study as per the documents available on the city's website, and join the previous residents who have requested a comprehensive traffic study be completed. With this 7-fold increase in dwellings, there's also no mention of plans related to waste disposal, snow removal, which are concerning as they can impact the neighborhood aesthetic and street visibility, as well as road safety. Developers need to stop saying that a proposed development on or near a bus route or park encourages active transportation. The proximity of a bus route may provide access to other means of transportation, but it does nothing to promote active transportation. As mentioned previously, there are no amenities within a reasonable walk to this proposed development, so there are limited active transportation destinations. In the words of Alain Flausch, the Secretary General of the International Association of Public Transport, active transportation and lifestyles don't just happen. If investment into making our streets safer, greener, and more inviting for pedestrians and cyclists doesn't happen, the likelihood of changing the behaviors of those who live in the intensification corridors to partake in a more active lifestyle and active transportation is slim. Further to this, there are no bike lanes in this area. The lane widths become narrow once you get north of Steele and Wellington Streets, and the edges of the road where one might bike are uneven and unsafe, with a significant lip in the asphalt at the edge of the gutter. There's limited public transportation apart from the routes that take individuals to and from Georgian College, which makes this likely to become an additional student housing. As per the neighborhood meeting in 2019, residents are concerned about student-centric housing in otherwise family-oriented neighborhoods. Access to other public transportation routes to Bayfield Street, Allendale Go, or the South End all require routing through the bus depot downtown, which makes for an exceptionally long commute to reach workplaces, shopping amenities, and other services. The tree analysis included in the proposal indicates the removal of 16 of 27 trees on the current 4 properties. Ward 1 is a well-established area with many people choosing to live in the area in part for the established trees and greenery. The removal of 60% of the trees will impact privacy, but also reduce buffering from noise and air pollution from Duckworth Street. With the added vehicular and dwelling noise and light from the proposed development, in addition to the street noise, there's the potential for significant changes to the current residences' property aesthetics. While the proposal includes an intent to replant, similar proposals from developers also associated with Innovative Planning Solutions have not upheld the intent to plant, such as the townhouses on Esser Road. How does the City of Barrie intend to enforce intent to replants? Additionally, many of the trees to be removed are well established, having trunk diameters of up to 70 centimeters. And the new proposed trees will take years, if not decades, to create a similar canopy and shielding, even if the current trees, as per the arborist study, are determined to be of poor or fair health. Further to this, I question the validity of such a report, given that the developer retained the arborist for the tree study and one cannot determine the level of bias in said report. In particular, I find it suspect that almost all of the trees on the property are considered to be in poor or fair health. As mentioned by Mr. Simmons, I also feel that the city should hire their own arborist to evaluate the tree health, and if the findings are different from the developer's report, the developer should have to pay for this report too. Has the Simcoe County Historical Association or Heritage Berry Committee been consulted in relation to the cultural heritage of these lots? As per the Heritage Neighborhood Strategy, Barrie has to develop a plan to retain its heritage resources, and heritage is the glue of a community's identity. So how did the developer determine that there are no cultural heritage resources on this land as per their proposal? As the area of the proposed development is in an older area of Duckworth and the lots were registered in 1953 as per Barrie Archive planning documents, before land acknowledgement and archaeological findings were taken into account when building, how can we be sure that these dwellings do not sit on historically or archaeologically significant land? The hydrogeological assessment describes the proposed development as having mature tree coverage. However, there is no mention of the impact of removing 60% of these mature trees on water runoff and drainage of the site in this assessment or the functional servicing report. According to the hydrogeological assessment, the landscaped area is going to decrease by 60% from 1,900 meters square to 780. And this will result in a doubling of runoff water. Trees in landscaped areas are known to reduce flooding and property damage. And with climate change, we have observed more extreme weather events, including significant rainfall in short periods of time. How will this be addressed by the developer to ensure that the runoff does not result in street flooding or damage to neighboring properties? Given the age of the neighborhood and associated stormwater infrastructure, has there been a review of the impact of this increased runoff on established city services, particularly given the current and ongoing intensification of the area and the reduction in mature trees? If upgrades to infrastructure are required, who will pay for them, taxpayers or the developers? The current dwellings on these properties, as mentioned multiple times, and the adjoining properties are all one-story dwellings, and the proposal is to move to 2 3.5-story buildings. The shadow study shows significant impacts to many of the properties surrounding this proposed development along Duckworth Street as well as Mountbatten. And this can have impacts to established vegetation and gardens, the temperature of pools in neighboring backyards, as well as property values. I personally rely on the sun in my backyard for vegetable gardening, and shadows like these would make growing my own food in the city impossible. Additionally, there's the loss of privacy, as views from multiple stories will include neighboring backyards, their gardens, and pools that were previously private. While other 2- and 3-story multi-unit dwellings do exist in the East End, their unit density appears to be far lower, and they have substantially gentler transitions between the multi-unit and multi-story building and the single-story dwellings that neighbor them. There are a number of key issues with the proposed development, as I and others have noted. The ones that are of particular concern in my mind are the excessive unit density, the lack of a traffic study in an area so close to an elementary school, the privacy and shadow impacts on neighboring properties and greenery, the omission of a review of the impact of the removal of trees and climate change on flooding and water runoff, and the subsequent impact to city infrastructure. I also echo the concerns raised by so many of the other East End residents. I implore the City of Barrie to stand firm in the recommended unit densities and to consider the future impacts of these developments on their infrastructure as we face new challenges such as climate change alongside intensification, and to work with residents to create infill developments that fit with existing neighborhoods. Thank you very much for the opportunity to voice my concerns this evening and for consideration of these concerns by yourself, Mayor Lehman, City Council, and the Planning Department.
Thank you, Ms. Hackborn, for being here tonight. Members of Planning Committee, those who are on City Building Committee have been at it for just over 4 hours now straight. This is 3 hours for Planning Committee. We still have 14 speakers listed, although I do expect some of them may not wish to speak. So I'm going to call a 10-minute recess at this time. It's 9:02. I'll ask you to put your cameras back on at 9:12. And for those who are waiting, apologies, but I think all of us need at least a few-minute bio break. We'll be back at 9:12 for Brian Wood will be our next speaker at that point. 10-minute recess. Okay, folks, we will pick up where we left off. I can ask members of Planning Committee to turn your cameras back on, come on back into the public meeting. Our next speaker is Brian Wood. I see Mr. Wood is in the meeting. Just give us a minute there, Mr. Wood, and we will get everybody started up again. Make sure that everyone's here to hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Just give us another minute.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Mr. Wood, go ahead. Welcome to Planning
Okay.
Committee.
Good evening, Mayor, Layman, and Council, and City staff. I haven't got too much to add. Everything's been well said. I will comment on my concern. We've lived on Codrington and Rodney since 1988, so that is, my math's good, 34 years. My kids went to Codrington School. I find the area quite increased in density, but not to a significant degree. But regardless, I'll just reiterate on one point. This development is a lot closer than 280 meters to the school. Since we've been there, and my kids are well working now, the school has really grown in size with 2 or 3 portables. And I just feel that the flow of traffic, the way they've got it set, if it does come out of Mountbatten, and if they, let's say they want to go over to Blake Street Plaza in that direction, they're going to be coming down Rodney to avoid coming down, making a left onto Duckworth. So for about 9 or 10 months of the year, there's cars parked there to pick up kids, and there's cars jammed on the south side, as somebody said earlier, at certain times of the day. And I just this makes no sense. I've been here a long time. I've seen houses being built in and around, huge mansions and everything, but still within reason. But this idea, this is crazy. And coming from well, I moved in Barrie in 71, I believe, from Regent Park of all places, and the low rental development was great. It did me good, and I'm all for low rental housing, which I don't think we'll ever get because our society has changed. The jobs are different. But that's my basic thing. I had a few other things to say, but now one more thing before I leave. There's on the northwest corner of Rodney and Codrington, they're proposing putting another residential home in there, and then making allowances for, I guess we'd call them coach houses. So there's a possibility of 9 more vehicles at that corner. And in this school, it's, or all our schools, I guess, they have student crossing guards, generally grade 8 kids. And my daughter was one. And I fear for them. And that would be about it. And I'm also wondering if the Simcoe County School Board has been notified of this development for their input into this. And that's it. You guys been here a long time, and anything else I want to say, it's been covered. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Wood. And sorry, we just need your address for the record of the public meeting.
Yeah, 250 Codrington.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your comments and being here tonight. Our next speaker is Evan Boyce. Mr. Boyce, welcome to Planning Committee. And if you, Yeah, oh, you're unmuted there for a moment. There you go.
Awesome.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Evan Boyce. I grew up in the north end of Barrie on Crompton Drive. And I lived in Barrie for 12 years before I left to attend university in Toronto. So I no longer live in Barrie, but I still have a lot of family and friends here, and it's always going to be my hometown. So this may be a bit of a different message than many of the previous ones tonight. I am in support of this development and of the rezoning proposed. So I'm going to kind of explain why that is in the next little bit here. So without a doubt, there's a housing crisis right now in Ontario. And this is being acutely felt as a shockwave coming out of Toronto and the GTA as people are leaving the city and looking for housing they can actually afford. So this kind of drive until you qualify effect has been, well documented by people like Dr. Mike Moffat at Western University, and among others. And, chief among the culprits for why housing has become so expensive, it's actually fairly simple, is that the GTA and surrounding parts of Ontario are growing in population, and the housing stock has just not kept pace with this growth. And Barrie in particular's home prices, I've noticed, have skyrocketed in the last couple of years to the point of being extremely unaffordable, especially for anyone who's not already on the property ladder. So that would be primarily young people and lower income people. So groups which, it's important to note, are typically not well represented at meetings such as this one. So therefore, to me, it only makes sense that as this housing crisis continues to grip our cities and the entire province, we got to find a wider diversity of housing options for people who want to live in neighborhoods and in smaller cities, not just in the downtowns of big cities like Toronto. So that means densification, adding, gentle densification, adding more units into land where there's currently less. So to that end, I look at the plan for this development. I think it makes a great deal of sense. It's fairly close to the downtown Georgian College, RVH, a couple bus lines. In addition to that, it adds 7 times the number of housing units, 28 to what's currently 4 small houses, I think. So that's a big improvement in terms of the number of people who actually can live in this neighborhood. It's a fairly short walk away to some local shops that aren't too far away either. I know I personally used to walk, about a kilometer to the Max Milk at St. Vincent and Livingston as a 10-year-old to get slushies. But if Barrie wants to grow sustainably in a way that allows young people, new Canadians, and others to live in the city, this is the kind of development that Barrie's going to need a lot more of. And I also feel like this is a good housing typology, for people raising families in today's world in the 2020s. And this may be kind of strange to hear, but smaller townhomes, even ones with stairs, are the kinds of things that families are absolutely moving to as they deal with like the lack of housing options province-wide. I know this because many of my family and friends are facing this like personally right now. So a townhome with stairs, is a considerable improvement from like a 1-bedroom condo if you have kids. So I heard earlier tonight, I think in the council meeting before this consultation, a councillor said something like, people in these neighborhoods could have never imagined seeing a 4-story building next to their home. And another resident asked us to imagine like what it would be like if a 28-unit townhome was being proposed in our neighborhood. So I just want to flip that a little bit and present the never could have imagined idea from a different perspective. So as a person who grew up in Barrie in the mid-2000s and was told, do well in school, go to university, get a good job, buy a house, start a family, all of that. I never imagined personally that as I neared my 30s, which I am now, I'm 28, that the vast majority of the housing in the town I grew up in would be completely inaccessible for me to own, despite having graduated, got a job, and now I'm making a decent income by the standards of today. I just like the comfortably housed people here to like imagine what it would be to face this reality. And this is the reality that many my age face. So while I currently live and rent in Toronto today, something like the proposed development here would allow me an opportunity for more attainable housing within Barrie, housing I might actually have a chance to buy, and something is like desperately needed given the housing reality province-wide. So to ever have a chance to move back here, something like these townhomes are the only option realistically among the few options that are financially available to myself and people like me. And my story is not unique. It applies to many younger people in Barrie, across Simcoe County, and in the province of Ontario. I encourage encourage the entire city of Barrie to consider a broader perspective than just that of the comfortably housed neighbors near this proposal who may have purchased their homes decades ago and possibly would not be able to do so today if they were young and looking to buy in Barrie's current housing market. So yeah, I just want to finish with a thought that I've come to after attending many similar development meetings over the past year or so in various municipalities across Ontario. If you believe in more housing, not just here, not just of this height or density or of this specific proposal or of some other reason, if there's some reason you think housing is good, but just not this specific housing, I encourage you to consider what happens to a city, a province, or an entire country when all of the housed people across the board have nothing to say but no, not this, not now, not here. My perspective when looking at new housing is always yes and yes and, offering suggestions that don't hack away at the basis of what the development is, housing for people who need it. So the way I see it, the perspective of no is an effective, or its effective synonym of yes, but not this, not here, is what got us into this housing crisis and is actively robbing a generation of young people of wealth and opportunity to live and raise a family in the places we grew up in. I think the city should consider that perspective and not only the local perspective of the many neighbors who've already spoken here tonight. Housing affordability is not achieved by putting strict limits on the total number of homes in your neighborhood. And in fact, you need to do the opposite in order to move towards housing affordability. That's my piece. Thank you very much for hearing me out. I appreciate the time.
Thanks very much, Mr. Boyce. We do just need your address for the record of the public meeting as well. Mr. Boyce, if you're still there, we need your address for the record of the meeting.
Yep, I'm still here. Sorry about that. My address is 385 Osler Street in Toronto, Ontario.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much for coming, giving us that perspective tonight. Our next speaker, is Brandon Innes. Brandon, if we can get him into the call.
Mayor Lehman?
Yep.
The speakers that we have on our list from 25 onward, or the list of people are not speaking this evening. Mr. Innes messaged saying he was not interested in speaking. We've heard from Mr. Lauren already.
Yes. Yep.
And the remainder of the folks on the call are just participants to listen and not speak. So.
Oh, okay. So the 6 next people that were registered, the remaining 6 are not speaking?
No.
Okay, then we'll go back and cycle back up to all those that we missed. I know we have a few that have been able to get back on the call. So we'll start. I think the first one we missed was Lori Levere. If I'm not mistaken. And there she is. Welcome to Planning Committee, Ms. Levere.
Hi, Mayor Lehman and councillors and city clerks. Thanks a lot for your time. I appreciate it. I live at 10 Mountbatten Road. My name's Lori and I moved there in 2010. I moved actually back to Barrie after I'd been in Georgetown. So I moved specifically to the East End because of the environment there. I want to address not everything that's been already said because of time, but I would like to emphasize my concern about traffic, because if anyone's been hearing a horn honking, trying to navigate that intersection between Duckworth and Mountbatten, that has been me, because there's such a density of rental houses there where the cars are flanked right to the curb. There is no line of sight. And I've been really afraid that I'm going to get T-boned one day pulling out there. So I can almost say that if there's going to be a lot more cars pulling out onto my street of Mountbatten, that is going to be a risky situation. There's the lights there at Codrington and Duckworth, and people accelerating from that light. They're probably not mindful that there's going to be an entry point for so many cars coming out onto Mountbatten. I have written letters about this, but I just wanted to emphasize that again. And thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Levere, for your comments tonight and for bearing with technology. We appreciate you being here. Sorry, just getting a message from the clerk. So the 4 names I still had were Neil Wallace, Pat Carol Quinn, Bertha Abbott, and Kathy Colbatch. Do we have any of those 4 folks on the call?
No, Mayor Lehman, we don't.
Wallace, Quinn, Abbott, or Colbatch? None of them?
No.
Okay. And I will ask if anyone else has registered to speak during the meeting.
No, Mayor Lehman, that's the end of the speakers list we have.
Okay, that was a lot less than 14. Okay, then with that, I will thank everybody for their comments, and I'll go to Councillor Riepma, the ward councillor, if he has any questions of clarification for the applicant or staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think we really heard some very eloquent commentary tonight and some very thoughtful comments. I hope I'm anywhere near as close to being eloquent as these people were. I guess I have a couple of questions for Mr. Hunter. First of all, is this a condo or a rental?
To Mayor Lehman, so these are townhomes. They'll be individually owned.
So it's a condo.
Again, so through Mayor Lehman, there are clearly common elements to this. So it'll be a common elements condo where they'll have to have maintenance fees. Someone's got to be responsible for, grass cutting, etc. But these will be owned by owners. They will not be rented.
All right. And how many bedrooms are we talking about here? Do we know?
Through your Mayor Lehman, I'm going to have to defer that back to your consideration. This is not typically a consideration for a zoning bylaw amendment, and I'd like to review that with the architect to ensure that we have the right answer provided.
Okay. Were you at the neighborhood meeting, Mr. Hunter?
Through your Mayor Lehman, yes, Councilor Rivera. We attended the neighborhood meeting. I made the presentation. I heard all the concerns, and I believe we also discussed after the meeting. So yes, I was in attendance.
Yeah, I thought so. It was a couple of years ago. Now, on page 9 of your report, you say that your planning justification report, you say that approximately 60 people attended that meeting. But I have in my hand the attendance record that was taken that night, the sign-in sheet, and I've got 86 people on that list. Where did you get your number?
Through Mayor Lehman, I believe that actually came off the pre-consultation comments, but I'd like to double check that number.
All right. Would you agree with me that there was probably closer to 120 people there?
Through your chair, there was a great showing at this meeting. That's correct.
There sure was. And you refer to the project as a townhouse project in your report and also in your presentation tonight. But it's a back-to-back townhouse. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Lehman, that is correct. This is a townhouse back-to-back project.
Back-to-back. All right. And in your report, you have a nice little cross-section that shows, the height of the building and that kind of thing. And it shows a person standing on Mount Batten. And then it shows an elevation from Mount Batten, the street level, more or less to the top of the building. I got it off the drawing that it was 13.023 meters. Am I correct in that?
Through your Mayor Lehman, so the average height is based off the grade. So we seeked a 13.1 meter height. I'm just pulling up here. That is correct. It's 13.02.
All right. So that's for somebody standing on the sidewalk, more or less, at Mount Batten, and translating 13 meters into feet, which is the way I think, that's 42.7 feet. And that is clearly a 4-story building. walking along Mountbatten. Would that be fair?
Through Mayor Lehman, we're considering this 3.5. Is this 3 stories of living, and the underground garage is slightly elevated.
All right, we'll split hairs, but for somebody walking on Mountbatten, that would be a 4-story building. Where's the nearest 4-story building to this one?
Through Mayor Lehman, I'd like to defer that question to response with application. That's something that we'll have to look at.
Okay, yeah, it's I can give you a hint. It's a 4-story building north of the Duckworth Plaza, about a kilometer away. What's the density of your project? You heard people say it was in the 100 units per hectare. Are you comfortable with that?
That is correct. It's 97 units per hectare.
97. All right. And what's the density of the sort of neighborhood that it's in right now?
Through Mayor Lehman, it's a low density neighborhood, but I do not have an answer for specific densities, so I'm going to have to defer that question.
Okay, yeah, it's around 12 units per hectare.
So Councillor Riepma, Councillor Riepma, I'm just going to say, I mean, this is meant to be questions of clarification. I understand these are issues that are of great concern to everybody. But particularly if you've got the answers already, I think we need to spend the time in planning committee getting questions of clarification. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. All right. But then I'll go to my last question. I think Mr. Hunter, it's to Mr. Hunter again. Last December, we had in Ward 1, we had a neighborhood meeting for a project at Nelson and Blake Street. And I think it was certainly your company. I'm not sure whether it was you that was involved in that. The comment that was made at that meeting was that the owner had gone around to 42 different people that lived in that neighborhood to discuss the project with them. And at the neighborhood meeting, virtually everybody was in favor. Can you tell me why your client has not gone to the neighborhood here and talked to everybody and to see if he could figure out how to make this fit into the neighborhood and see what the neighbors had to say about it? Is there a reason?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, Mayor Lehman. As you're aware, we completed this neighborhood meeting. The applicant and our team brought forward 3 development options. It ranged from a 6-story apartment building down to a dense townhouse development. We had a very long meeting and the residents' comments were very clear and we heard their concerns. We heard a number of comments about providing housing that's more attainable, housing for younger families, housing for professionals, housing that's close proximity to the school. And there's a lot of other considerations that were heard at this meeting. The direction that we were provided after this meeting was to bring the density down, to look at a more affordable townhouse built form, and we heard those concerns. Our team then took these concerns back and developed the current concept, and we believe that we addressed a number of these considerations. Again, I have to reiterate, we're hearing the concerns and we have to provide a response back to the city. So I cannot speak specifically to the engagement of the city, but what I can speak to is the concerns that we heard at the neighborhood meeting through consultation through the city in this process. And we have brought forward an application and a development that we believe has addressed a number of these concerns.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to all of you who are still online and have been part of this public meeting tonight. I recognize, especially with applications like this where there is a great deal of interest. I know there is a lot of interest and question about the timing and the process. The public meeting, of course, is the second meeting with the neighborhood on this particular project. And of course, there is no decision tonight, but I'll just ask Ms. Banfield. I know it's Jaspreet Sudu, who's the Development Services Planner. I know all of the application materials are on the website for those who wish to review it. But if you could just summarize what happens from here in terms of what you've heard tonight, preparation of the staff report, and when you think this one would likely be back in front of council for a decision.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Lehman. Absolutely. So we have a lot of comments to work through, and because we do respond to, as I said, if not every single comment, all the comments that are raised. So there may be some clumped. And many times responding to the comments requires changes to the plans, updates to the reports. And so, you know, at this point, really, we need to get through all of the planning comments that the comments we've heard and what that might do to the proposal. And I do expect that will take some time, given that we're already in February, and then there is summer recess, and then there is the election. So I do actually think that a realistic return for this file would be, you know, possibly even Q1 of 2023. I just don't realistically see getting through these issues and revisions any sooner than that, just given what I've just explained. Oh, sorry, Mayor Lehman, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. First time I've done that. That's amazing, given all the speakers tonight. For those who want an update, want to provide additional comment, so forth, again, the file planner, would you direct them to contact the file planner?
Correct, and all the information is on the website, including her phone and email. And so absolutely, you can still make submissions all the way through. If there are revisions to the plans and the reports, those will be updated on the website as well, including any new key dates, if we do know when it's going to return to Planning Committee. And Clerks always does a great job when a report does come back to Planning Committee to let people know when that is happening.
Okay, good. Then with that, I will declare the public meeting concluded. Thank you to everybody who was here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Hunter and Ms. Banfield, and of course to all of you as members of the public who were part of this process tonight. And Planning Committee, we will move on or back to the official plan, which is a fairly significant issue too. We put that down at 7 p.m. And that at that point, we were discussing a amendment from Councillor Harvey, which, to refresh you, it is on your email. But I think just because we're picking this up again, Councillor Harvey, if you've got it, I know the material effect was to reduce from 4 stories to 3, the permissible height on local roads. But if you would just read that amendment again, you don't have to read all the preamble. But if you could just give us that again. I will admit, members of Planning Committee, I've entirely forgotten who had the floor. So if somebody wants to remind me. Deputy Mayor Ward, were you keeping track?
Councillor Natalie Harris, I think, may have.
I had requested to speak, but Councillor Harris was on the floor.
Or may have just finished. So maybe
I'm good, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Councillor Harvey, can you just give us the amendment again, and then I will go to Deputy Mayor Ward. Thanks, everyone.
Sure, Mayor Lehman. So yeah, it's to replace section A and for it to read, unless otherwise specified in this plan, development on lands designated neighborhood area shall be kept to 3 stories or less.
Okay, thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Ward, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I think it's kind of interesting. We just had that public meeting in the middle of the debate on the official plan because it kind of brought reality to what we were discussing. Anyways, my question was actually something that was bothering me after when I first saw this amendment this afternoon. I was looking back and I realized that all through the official plan, it talks about stories. It talks about 3 stories, 5 stories, 10 stories, or 8 stories, and 25 stories. But then we do the zoning bylaw refers to meters. And I'm wondering why the difference, because as we've just heard in the meeting we just came from, I mean, stories are a hard thing to define and it's kind of nebulous. And I'm wondering why meters aren't used in the official plan. Maybe that's for staff.
Probably is. Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, ultimately the use of stories is to provide a bit of flexibility when development applications do come in. But you're right, that doesn't translate into the zoning bylaw. In the zoning bylaw, we are much more specific. And that's where the example that I gave, even as it relates to the amendment, is up to 4 stories that are permitted, and the zoning bylaw could be more granular. As a rule of thumb, we always say around 3 meters per story is a good kind of rule of thumb in terms of what that looks like. But as I said, we're really just trying to use the stories to articulate the policy. And as I said, definitely will be more granular at the zoning bylaw level.
Okay, just have one follow-up. So what would 3 stories translate to in the zoning bylaw? Would it be 3.5, like some proposals, or would it be 30 meters? Or 10 meters, I guess, not 30 feet, 10 meters. What would it mean, 3 stories?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, yes, about 10 meters is usually about 3 stories, 10 meters is about 3 stories. And of course, depending on the built form, which again is what the zoning bylaw regulates, it is really based on whether it's a flat roof or a peaked roof. But ultimately, 10 stories usually in most cases translates into about a 3-story structure.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question would be for Councillor Harvey. And I know he's using stories because that's what's in our official plan. What do you have in mind? What do you see this leading to? 30 or 10 meters?
Yeah, no, you did raise a very good issue here, Deputy Mayor Ward, because especially when we look at zoning, like a lot of these areas that I've highlighted are currently designated R1. And even if they were to go to RM2, it's still a 10-meter height when you look at the zoning piece of it. So yeah, it's very difficult when we're dealing with an official plan that doesn't deal with things in meters, it's dealing with things in stories, because the reality of it is somebody could have extremely tall ceilings and they'd still fit within, let's say, 3 stories, but who knows, they could even reach 15 meters. I wish we were talking meters, to be quite honest with you, instead of stories. But the intent behind this is the exact same issue that we dealt with a week ago on the Mapleview stretch, where we were dealing with zoning that would permit up to 10 meters, which was then translated back into 3 stories. So that's the intent of this amendment, is to keep stuff under control and to blend into the neighborhood much better. And I think Mr. Green's deputation actually highlighted a couple of key cases that, I'll be quite honest with you, I had no knowledge of. So I do appreciate the fact that he did some digging there and brought those 2 cases forward where it really does have to fit within the neighborhood.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Others on the amendment? Councillor Riepma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to confess that I struggled a great deal with this whole section in the official plan because it refers to certain types of road collectors and arterials and that kind of thing. And I was trying to figure out how we could amend that somehow so that we would get what Councillor Harvey is talking about is something that is a general policy and at the same time fits in to our established neighborhoods. And I think that this is the right way to go, that we keep it at 3 stories. And interesting that we had this public meeting tonight, because I think it illustrates really well that a lot of the East End is 1-story bungalows, 1.5-story wartime housing. There's some side splits, there's 2 stories. And if we're working hard to try to create a city that has a great character, then I think this is the way that we need to proceed with it. I think the other part of it, interestingly enough, is with respect to the question on affordable housing. If you look in East End, and it's almost on every street. Here and there, you will find a sixplex, an eightplex, a threeplex, a fourplex. They're all 2.5 stories high. And, you know, surface parking, they fit into the neighborhood. Often, you know, we go for walks and you know, they're just part of the fabric. And what they do is they provide residential opportunities for people that can't afford to buy the house, but they can certainly afford to rent the apartment. And it also provides a character to the area. And I think that's the kind of thing that we are looking to do here too, is to get different kinds of uses, but at the same time, give some serious direction in terms of some of the character matters. And I think the stories is certainly the big character question in many cases. So I'm very pleased that Councillor Harvey has figured out how to solve my problem. So appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor Riedman. Next on the amendment, others who wish to speak? No, okay. I'm actually going to oppose this one, and I struggled with it too. Because, and actually for some of the reasons that Councillor Riedman outlined, you know, I often talk lovingly about the East End and other historic neighborhoods in our city, and the fact that they have a mixture of built forms that includes apartments and semis. And those apartments are typically in 3-story buildings that fit very well into the neighborhood fabric. And, you know, when you look at why that is, why is it that this 3-story building fits so well, even with 8 apartments in it, or 12 apartments in it, or 6 or whatever? Some of it is the height. Some of it is that they tend to be set back a little bit from the road, but not too far. They tend to have some trees on site. They tend to be well positioned. They're not jammed against the neighboring property and so forth. And those are all things that will be addressed by zoning rather than an official plan. But I think the reason I struggle with this, you know, I guess there's two reasons. One, this morning, the province's housing task force reported, and while I fully expect that not all of those 55 recommendations will make their way into provincial policy, this exact discussion we're having here is why the province is considering uploading the authority over making decisions like this from democratically elected local councils to MPPs. Because their feeling is when we get granular at the local level, we end up denying people housing opportunities, and we are part of the drag. Now, I've been working very hard in my position as Ontario's big city mayor's chair to argue that that is not the case. But I can tell you that if the housing task force that reported today has its way, it will be a heck of a lot more than 4 stories. And they are talking about allowing 4 stories as of right everywhere, ending exclusionary zoning entirely. Now, I don't believe that's right. I actually think that that does a great disservice to our communities, to residents who expect to live in a stable neighborhood. And we have plenty of land, especially since our own housing task force recommendations, we have plenty of land to allow intensification. And so what's really the difference between 3 and 4 stories? I think my honest answer to that is that a 4-story building at 12 meters, you know, an extra 6 feet of height over what's permitted, that's really what we're talking about here, can allow significantly more housing development. And if we continue to make these sorts of decisions where we limit the opportunity for 4 stories, which can well integrate into neighborhoods, I wouldn't want to see 4 stories between 2 bungalows, but I would note our planning policy has, this official plan has specific reference to only 2 stories higher than the existing form. So you couldn't do 4 stories beside a bungalow. That's written right into the policy. So I did struggle with this because I can see Councillor Harvey and Councillor Riedman, your point And to be frank, I can see how the 3 stories would still be a gentle density that could be supported in many of our neighborhoods. But I feel if we are being true to the decision we talked about earlier, of wanting to increase affordable housing, if we're going to have the political will to say we're in a housing crisis and we're going to take steps to remedy that, we can't be making decisions that move in the other direction. So I'm going to oppose this amendment. And I will.
Point to clarification, Mayor Lehman.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Harvey.
Just wondering if I could ask Ms. Banfield a question.
Sure.
Yeah, Ms. Banfield, just to clarify one comment that Mayor Lehman just said about the 2-story differential. My reading of the OP is that that's only in our historic neighborhoods. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey, that is correct. It is actually, that limitation is in the historic neighborhood, correct? Which would be the East End, ironically.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that was the point. It's in the East End is the historic neighborhood. So, but thank you for the point, Councillor Harvey. In a newer subdivision that wouldn't apply. You're right. Okay. With that, I will call the question on the amendment that's on the floor. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. And opposed? I am as well, and that means it is 5-5 by my count, Madam Clerk, and so that amendment fails. Okay, further amendments to the official plan. Councillor Harvey, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Since that one failed, I got one more here that let's see what members of council think of. I'm going to send it through by email just so it's a lot easier for everybody to see. Okay, so this amendment's along the same lines. However, this is dealing with some major issues in my particular ward. So my amendment is that the following streets be removed from map 4B for purposes of height permissions within the official plan. Marcellus Drive, Mapleton Avenue, and Mapleview Drive from Essa Road to County Road 27.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harvey. The amendment is to remove Marcellus Drive, Mapleton Avenue, and Mapleview Drive west from Essa to County Road 27 from map 4B and for the purposes of height permissions. So maybe as you speak to this, you could just explain how that would work.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. So map 4B, that's part of the official plan, designates all these arterial and collector routes that would afford up to the 4 stories to be developed. And by removing these 3, that would remove the 4-story permission. And these are 3 streets of several streets in Ward 7. However, these are the 3 streets that I already know have caused a lot of issues with my residents. And I can foresee that the additional 2, when speaking to some of my residents ahead of tonight, will cause future issues if in fact that type of built form were allowed on those 2 streets. Because again, it's a neighborhood that when you drive down the road, I just could not envision something as tall as 4 stories being there. So that's the reason behind it. I'm not opposed to the rest of the area. There's way more roads in Ward 7 that are included in this, but these are the 3 that I really see as being the biggest issues amongst those that are identified on that map.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harvey. On the amendment. Okay, if nobody wishes to comment, I will go straight to calling the question. Those in favor of the amendment and opposed to the amendment? That Fail, sorry, just let me see that again. In favor, sorry, opposed, yeah, sorry, opposed. Yes, that does fail. That does fail. Okay, thank you. Further amendments to the official plan? Any comments anyone wishes to make on the official plan as amended? Councillor Aylwin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Wow, this process has been going on for a long time. I remember after we all first were elected, there were a series of open houses talking about what the vision for our city would look like. And I remember the excitement in those rooms from residents who were bringing their best ideas forward and really being excited about what the future can bring for Barrie. I want to thank all of the staff who have put in so much effort on this. I had the fortune of being in a couple of the consultation sessions with some groups like SCADA and the Active Transportation and Sustainability Advisory Committee. And I can tell you our staff took all of the comments from those groups, the public, and really took them seriously. And I know our residents really appreciate that. And that's true public engagement. So thank you so much to our Development Services Department. I'm excited about what this official plan means for our city. We're growing up as a city, and I think this official plan demonstrates that. So I will be voting in support of it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Aylwin. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I was talking with the Integrity Commissioner, and then I communicated the sentiment to the City Clerk. Would we be possible to separate the approval of the official plan, basically the amendments that I could not vote on, voting it separately, just, the way we've done in the past with other issues, because that way,
I can call that paragraph separately. Thanks, Councillor Morales. Happy to do that. Comments, other comments? Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lehman. Comment, but also a question, if I may, for staff. Lots of learning through this process. So I think, thank you to staff who've also given great guidance, and to you as respective members of council around the open dialogue and the considerations given to how this impacts us on a go forward. I guess my question to staff is, the biggest piece I still have questions about and kind of comes up on the side is really about, how does this plan, hit the implementation side around policy? Because I too struggled around some of those pieces with the 4-story and balancing that. And so I'm keen to see how our policies actually are mindful about great integration, and love where staff have gone through the official plan and through the planning committee on conversations around looking at blocks and broader scopes than just single developments. But where in the process, if you can, for those watching, for the benefit, do we now move into policies? And how does that reset and frame the conditions by which Committee of Adjustment operates? Because I think for me, that's also a big piece to say, okay, great, we're moving this direction, but what can the public expect when we do see quite a few developments going to Committee of Adjustment, and that's still falling in line with the interests of the official plan that we're setting?
Thank you for the question, and through Mayor Lehman to you. So anything that goes to the Committee of Adjustment, any application, whether it's a consent, there's only really a couple of types of applications that can go to the Committee of Adjustment. So consent is very small lot severance or easements, as well as minor variances. But in both of those cases, the applications have to conform to the official plan. So that's why you continue to hear me talk about language about, this is the foundational document. When we are asked at a staff level to evaluate applications, we are going to go back to this official plan, and we're going to have policies in this new OP in a way that we don't in the current OP, quite honestly. We have policies to point to say, no, that's not the vision. No, that's not what we intended. And so any application for Committee of Adjustment would full stop need to conform to the OP, or it wouldn't go to the Committee of Adjustment. It would have to come to an amend the official plan. So I continue to say that this is foundational. This is our vision document. And, you know, while it is a permissive document, there are lots of policies in there, in a way, as I said, that don't exist now, that talk about you know, what I call kind of limiting policies, you know, and even like this 4 stories, it is up to 4 stories, that this discussion. So, you know, we even have one line in the OP, that this new OP that I love, that says you can actually be meeting the standards and you can still be overdeveloping your site. So those are things that we don't have right now. And so that's why I see this as a great step forward to a lot of some of these tough conversations and tough public meetings and things that we've all kind of been through together, because we're all in it together. But that's really what excites me about this new OP as a foundational document.
Thank you. That's helpful, Ms. Banfield. Kind of gives me nice reassurances about our ability as council to still look at how pieces fall out of this official plan. And if I may, through you, Mayor Lehman, my other question to Ms. Banfield is, you know, we still, because we're in this phase of living with the existing OP, and some pieces that we even heard tonight about some really significant changes around designations of some of our roadways and usage. If a development had kind of started the process, but isn't finished, can you clarify for me and for members of the public, you know, when does a development fall into the new official plan versus gets grandfathered into the existing OP to date?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle. So the transition policies are written in the official plan. So after council adopts, you know, hopefully adopts this OP, it is going to be off to the province. And I expect a lag of time between when the province receives it and when we can get a decision out of the province. Until it's approved, it's not our new official plan. So existing complete applications, and it's specifically written in there, will still be able to go under the planning regime that they applied under. It's simply not fair to have people, you know, come through a process and then have us say, oh no, now we changed our OP. You know, after council has adopted the OP, you know, staff are going to be speaking with applicants in a pre-consultation way and much more freely, because again, it goes back to until we get council's adoption of it, you know, at this point, staff are just saying, well, this is what we're thinking. And you know, the council's adoption piece really is so important to us as a staff to be able to say, this is our adopted OP. It might not be in place yet, but this is what our council has is expecting to see. So, you know, as I said, we definitely are going to start, you know, expressing that once we get to that point. But from a purely technical perspective, existing and complete applications will be able to continue under the planning regime that they applied under.
Thank you. And my final question, and this might be more political, Mayor Lehman, but maybe it kind of caps on to what you were commenting about with respects to some of the provincial communication happening around housing and the drive for housing. Would we expect, or is there any impact to official plans that municipalities are putting in place around potential changes in legislation that might be coming around housing? Like, are we looking at an interesting time by which we can do all of our best efforts to still work within our municipal roles and responsibility that are legislated to us? But it does feel like an interesting time by which there are maybe some things that will become out of our hands, out of our controls, that will significantly impact official plans that we've set into place. Would we see a delay in approvals, or do you think we'll see changes to legislation? Maybe it's
sorry, was that a question to me or Ms. Banfield?
Well, I guess either. To you,
sure.
Perhaps,
Well,
Mayor Lehman, from your access to some of those conversations, and I mean, yourself and Mayor Watson out of Ottawa put together, I think, a really great representation around a commentary on housing on behalf of the Ontario Big City Mayors, and or if staff are seeing communications or any type of indication that there will be significant changes coming down that we will have to abide by.
Sure. So anyone's guess as to the degree to which the government adopts, for example, the task force recommendations they've been given. But yes, we do have indications that the province is likely to introduce legislation very soon that will essentially remove some of our powers to make local decisions around issues such as what we were talking about tonight. It looks like that is the intention in the name of more housing supply. You can call that uploading NIMBY, you can call that removing municipal jurisdiction, whatever you want. But to give you an example, the housing task force that reported this morning would permit 11 stories as of right anywhere that's on a bus route. So let me just say that again, 11 stories as of right anywhere that's on a bus route, which is, of course, in the context of Barrie, crazy. In Toronto, that might make some sense. Here, just imagine the bus routes, the kind of routes that wind their way through your wards, and there would be very, very few places on a bus route in inside neighborhoods that would be appropriate for 11 stories because they're predominantly a much lower built form. And the reason I raise that, Councillor Kungle, is I don't think the province will go to that extent if I was to forecast. However, it is very clear they wish to move to reduce approval times, to remove some of the more common barriers to getting housing constructed, and they perceive municipalities and our treatment of our own planning policies in some cases as being one of those barriers. I'm going to fight the good fight on our behalf because I don't believe that is the case. But I will tell you that the best information I've got is yes, there's likely legislation coming. As it affects this OP, it may be ironically something that arrives shortly after we adopt it or around the time we're adopting it, which would be unfortunate. But I would tell you, I don't think we should change course, if that's your sort of question or the purpose behind your question, because I believe very, very strongly that local governments should, democratically elected local governments like us, should be making decisions about where intensification is appropriate in our communities. It's when we don't stand up for our own policies that I think we end up being hypocritical. And so tonight we're setting policy. And so this is the point to have this very good discussion. But I guess my take on it is that we shouldn't sort of take the task force report or pending legislation as a bit of a boogeyman. We should stand up for local government in Ontario and the right to make our decisions in our communities in the best interests of our communities, so long as we're actually fighting the housing crisis. And that's the big if. And right now, thank you, members of council and staff, because I was able to go into the housing summit with the premier and say, we doubled our housing starts last year. We doubled the number of housing starts in the city of Barrie last year. That's remarkable. And it's mostly an accomplishment of our staff, Ms. Banfield, Mr. Janata, and Bala's department to move that many applications. But it also took some political will because there were some applications we approved that had some opposition. And so we are fighting the housing crisis through the legislation that we operate in today. And I think that legislation includes the authority to write our own OP, and it should. People in communities should have the right to set the future of their own communities.
Thank you. And I'm in support of the OP. Sorry,
okay.
very happy to support it.
Okay, thank you. Other comments on the official plan, members of council? Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, through you to Ms. Banfield. And Ms. Banfield, my questions are specifically to the OP, not as amended. So my questions are the unamended portion. So to elaborate what Councillor Kungle and the Mayor were talking about, again, I'm reading some of the CBC articles here, and they've got a couple bullet points, what was reported in the media, that was in the report. And what it's saying word by word was saying, increased density in neighborhoods zoned exclusively for single family homes, repeal municipal policies that focus on preserving a neighborhood's character, set universal provincial standards for urban design, shadows and setbacks, limit the time spent consulting the public on housing developments. A lot of I think there was one that it said, if you're not meeting density targets at transit nodes, which there's one in Ward 9, funding is clawed back, and I'm not exaggerating, unlimited height and unlimited density. It sounds like a punishment. So some things are realistic, some things are not. There is, and I'm literally quoting here from what's being reported. The report said the planning has become politicized because local councillors depend on the votes of residents who want to keep the status quo. So the report is very long, and some things might not be implemented. But what happens if, again, that timing that was just described, what happens if the city of Barrie goes through their OP and essentially the province does their process and it comes back, and then a month or so later, the province goes, all those OPs that we just approved, maybe one in Barrie, maybe one in another municipality, they're just zero compatible. What happens from a technical perspective, not a political perspective, but what happens from a legal perspective when an email lands in your inbox or you get a phone call, however you get jurisdiction from the province, what happens from that perspective? Because I don't want to presume that there's a scenario where ROP will never be implemented, but what we heard this morning, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of clarification and some meeting in the middle, what happens to that policy?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales. Well, there's actually a lot of stuff in our OP that in some ways aligns with some of the recommendations. And in the areas that they're not, like we do feel like we've future-proofed, because let's be honest, our OP is supposed to take us to 2051. That's unique to to municipalities in the growth plan, right? So not all municipalities have to go to 2051. We do. So we are really future-proofing ourselves. And ultimately the province is our approval authority. So, so if they have to tweak our OP as part of their approval process as a result of change legislation, they'll do that. If the province approves our OP and the legislation changes after, that happens all the time when the province makes changes and municipalities have to amend their OPs to follow suit. So it's not actually a new situation. Like municipal planners in Ontario have been in this situation for decades. You have an OP, the province changes something and you have to update your OP to change that. The one thing that is interesting though is, and we kind of saw it a bit, where it says, if you had anything, this was an older scenario, but if you had something in your zoning bylaw that connected people living in the house, like you could only have, relatives living in the house, and some older bylaws had stuff like that. You could have a second suite, but it had to be for a family member. Sometimes when the province makes changes, they say, we don't care, City of Barrie, if your bylaw says that, it has no effect. Like it actually just nulls and voids it, whether we change it or not. They're like, it doesn't matter. So it really depends on what the legislation says. It really depends on which of these recommendations turn into policy. But I think there's lots of opportunity either for the province to change it as part of their approval, or it'll just be like every other provincial change that we have to amend ourselves afterwards.
Perfect. Quick follow-up on that one. So if we have to amend, what does that process looks like for the corporation and for the city council, whichever that one that may be? What does that look like? So if they say, 55 recommendations that the mayor outlined, some are pie in the sky, some are going to be in the thing. So they come into place, and let's say you're right, it's future-proofed, but maybe there's 10 that have to be changed. Does that go back to the council for debate, public consultation, or does it just get, sharpied in and edited because it's the province and we're a creature of the province and they're telling us what to do? How does that process work?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales. While the province is our approval authority for a new official plan, local official plan amendments are just done at the city level. So it would, in most cases, it would be an official plan amendment to address that, and that would be done at the county or the council level. But that would be a public process unless that's one of the changes that gets made. Assuming it'll still be a public process, but it would be like any other application. We say, hey, we're going to make these changes. These are what they are. Have a public meeting, pass an official plan amendment. So it would just be the same. It would be the same as any other kind of official plan amendment.
What happens if the council at the time fails to make those changes because of a prior the votes aren't there, the priority's not there, the local municipal body doesn't make the changes, and staff says clearly, hey, we kind of have to do this. What happens if it just fails to materialize for any municipality in Ontario?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not really sure of repercussions to not having your planning policy in place. I mean, at the most purest level, municipalities are creatures of the province, and presumably the province could step in and take over planning matters in a municipality. I mean, I think they have the power to do that. They So I think that's on the extreme end, but I'm not really aware of that happening.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Banfield. And Mayor Lehman, at this point, I guess I would ask you, for the purposes of comment sections, those were questions non-related to the amendments that were approved, but to the OP, should I wait for you for you as the chair to split like the OP as unamended and then the amendments separately so I can say my comments to the OP, or would this be the time now, as long as I'm not talking about the
No,
amendment?
as long as you're not talking about the amendment. Go ahead, Councilor Morales.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So in terms of the OP, I think staff did an incredible job. Ms. Banfield, you and your team with the website technology has been incredible for engagement. The independent address, right? It's not barry.ca. What's the /? Is it a dash or a slash? The engagement, the communication, the marketability. You brought a level of engagement and framework that is truly immersive and captivating, and that has been successful. So the document in that is great. In terms of the actual presentation, I think I was talking to somebody a couple of weeks ago. It doesn't read like a legal document, right? It's not white and black and subsection. It has colors and context and paragraphs, and those things make a difference, because when you make an information more easy to consume, you're increasing public engagement, and it's a better way to do business. I think for the reality though, and this isn't just really my opinion, this is what came forward in the province. Like all that anybody was talking about in these circles was this today regarding the announcements that could be made for the province is, even if anybody has just looked at the real estate market, as Councillor McCann said, like, does anybody realize that a single detached home is in the 900s? I'm looking at the ones in Ward 9 specifically. Almost every single detached home in Ward 9 is now going for over $1 million. That is, and these are just like so unfortunate market forces for anybody willing to try to enter the market. But as it relates to the OP, because this process happens over years, and the market, again, unexplainable forces, we might have to bring Dr. Moffat back, unexplainable forces that have affected the market in the last 6 months. We're not even counting the 2020 bump up in prices. I think might be captured in what the province mandates official plans to do. So I guess we've done an incredible job in the current process. That's not no one is saying things differently, but I think even though it was a long process for yourself, staff, council, and members of the public, Ms. Banfield, I expect that policy to respond what has happened specifically in the last 6 months. And again, I know Councilor McCann always has taken a look at it. If any member of the public or council wants to take a look at sale prices for homes, I don't think there's very few single detached homes in the city that are selling for less than $1 million right now. So I will be voting in favor of the unamended section of the official plan. And Ms. Banfield, to everybody in the team, the use of technology and captivation was incredible. So huge kudos to that.
Thanks, Councilor Morales. Any other comments? Councilor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I'll be very quick. There was I think it was Councilor Reitman had asked Ms. Banfield if there would be a document outlining the changes from the last OP to this OP in basically an executive summary. Obviously, you were waiting for amendments and stuff like that. I was just wondering if that document would be coming.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. So staff did provide some mapping to council. So you're right, we haven't done a widespread communication policy, but I mean, I can't actually, and I do appreciate certainly all the thanks that council are sharing with me. It's certainly, I'm just the face of it. There's a team, although not that big of a team, to be honest, but a small but mighty team behind me. And one of the things that I can't, we had incredible support from Rebecca's team in communications to do all the stuff that you guys are like all the fun stuff, like the stuff to make stuff look amazing. Like Councilor Morales, if you think the document looks great now, wait till Rebecca's team is done with it, and it's going to look even better. So, we've had some dedicated support throughout this whole project with the communications team to tackle all that stuff that, as I said, that really brings it to life. And so, Councillor Thompson, absolutely, explaining what the new OP means to the community is definitely going to be on our radar in terms of, okay, now the OP is done. Now what's next, or now what? And it absolutely will be forthcoming.
Perfect. And I will echo the comments around the room for staff, and I will be supportive.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thompson. Any others who wish to comment? Councillor Harvey.
I'm going to keep my comments brief, and I'm sure people around the table are probably not surprised with what I'm going to say, but I struggle with supporting the OP mainly because I see what it's going to do to some of our neighborhoods across this city. And if our provincial government is going to take that route ahead of a provincial election, I think it could be a dangerous road this upcoming election. But hopefully I can come up with some more amendments that members of council will support to try and bring some middle ground to that piece. But I really struggle with how our neighborhoods potentially could look if this passes in its current form.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any others who wish to comment? Councillor Reitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the first thing I want to say is to thank staff. They've done a terrific amount of work. It's a lot of work to put one of these documents together, and the amount of public involvement and the discussions that have been back and forth. Really great job. And I know that I have provided a whole lot of comments along the way, and I very much appreciate the way that our staff and Ms. Banfield in particular have responded and worked together. I think that's been really terrific. My concern is that we have to be very careful to protect our existing neighborhoods. And I don't want that to come across as NIMBYism. I am concerned that the way that we have put this plan together will allow developers, as of right, certain rights that we will come to regret later on. And I may be thinking about some amendments between now and next Monday night as well. And the reason for that is that if you read the policy, we're permitting 4 stories high as of right. Now, it's right. It does say you may go up to that, but look, the maximum always becomes the minimum. And I'm not sure that I want to be sitting in the council chambers when some developer comes along and says, I've just bought a bunch of houses on Shanty Bay Road, and I'm entitled to a 4-story building. And by the way, the plan says the minimum density shall be 50 units per hectare. That's the minimum, not the maximum. I think we're going to come and regret that day. And I think that it does not bode well for the protection of our neighborhoods. And I'm going to be very Ward 1 orientated for a minute. For example, on Steel Avenue, great street, lots of 1-2-story houses there. It's in the historic area, and you're permitted to go to 4 stories, and you're permitted to and the minimum density is 50 units per hectare, which is not townhouses. That's apartments. And in the East End, we have a wonderful mix of housing, and I think that's the way that we need to continue to go. And I think you heard tonight from the public meeting that we had I think that encapsulates the sentiment in a lot of the established neighborhoods where we're very concerned about how a development fits in to the neighborhood. And Ms. Banfield, if you could provide myself and many of the residents in Barrie a document that assures us that every development that is conceived will fit into the neighborhood in terms of character, style, density, whatever it is, but it needs to fit. That is an assurance that I think the public needs, and certainly that's what I need. And I'm concerned that we aren't there at this point. So, Mr. Mayor, I have some reservations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Riepma. Are there other comments? Okay, I have a couple questions, Ms. Banfield, and then a couple of quick comments, given the hour. My questions actually are unrelated to the housing piece, which is, and heights and densities, which has been such a focus. Two concerns that were expressed around the employment areas, being our industrial areas in the south end of the city. First was that the new designations, which are in employment area industrial and employment area non-industrial, and non-industrial is meant to capture that sort of quasi-commercial stuff, which is along Mapleview Drive and a few other areas in the south end. There was a concern expressed to a number of us, and I think it was accurate, that with the policies that were in the plan until this most recent draft of last week, there was going to be a situation where a whole bunch of those existing quasi-commercial uses, which hold small businesses, would never be able to change or expand because the official plan policy was going to limit that. You made a change to address that, and I just wondered if you could speak to that, because it's actually a very significant change that was made for this final draft of the OP.
Certainly, Mayor Lehman. So in the employment area non-industrial, that change was made much sooner in a previous version. And that, again, was based on comments that we heard from existing commercial plazas. And we made that change that actually said, if you're commercial, if you're existing commercial, you can just develop, redevelop, expand, change as if you were commercial. And we refer you right back to the commercial policies. And the only thing we make an exception on is residential. And the rationale for that was just being adjacent in most cases to employment areas. And we know that most often residential and employment area uses aren't the most compatible. As it relates to what I guess used to be general industrial, so the employment area, that's now just employment area, industrial employment area. We also heard some of that feedback, and so you are correct. We did add another policy to that and another section J, so it's 2.6.10J, and it said retail and commercial uses that existed in employment areas, so that's going to capture all those existing areas that existed prior to the implementation of this plan, may be permitted to expand, change, and redevelop. And I know from what I heard, it was about, can the units switch tenants, and can one unit become two units? Because often those units are modular. And, what if we want to completely redo 6 units and, that kind of thing. And so that's where we, explicitly use those words. For one, you're permitted. So you're not legal non-conforming or anything like that. You're permitted, and you can expand, change, and redevelop.
Okay. That's it's good to know. And this one was important to me because, the way our south end is developed, there were some aspects of it that were very problematic, where major retail went in around Mapleview and 400, and that area was always intended to be an industrial area. And we ended up with sort of 30 years of traffic problems that we're still sorting out. But what ended up being built, a little bit further away from the highway in Commerce Park and Bryan and Berryview and so forth, it houses such a wide range of units, everything from karate schools to dog grooming businesses to offices and other. And what that really is an incubator for small businesses in our community. And the flexibility of that built form depends on the ability to adapt over time and different uses to come in and out of those places. And I think that's an important piece of our economy. So thank you for that. The other issue was the potential for retail in the employment non-industrial area. And can you just speak to, I mean, it's not a big area on the map. When you look at the shades of pink, it's the light pink, and there aren't a ton of large sites, but there are a few. What are there protections against us ending up with a lot more big box retail and developing those kinds of problems? For example, along the Brine Drive connection on the Smart Center lands?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to you, Mayor Lehman, apologies. So you're absolutely right. Where we made policy changes to protect existing uses, we did make policies for, hey, if you're vacant and you're in our industrial area, you know, we want to see something that is going to look a little bit more traditionally employment. We did include some provisions for new retail uses, in particular new major retail. And in those cases, you know, we've said, you know, they should be on the periphery of an employment area, and they should be about 25% in no more than 25% of the gross floor area of the building. So, and if there's going to be, and as I said, a new major retail, it has to be major. Like it would need to be, you know, anywhere between 3,500 square meters and no more than 5,000. So, that's kind of the way we've tackled it. So recognizing, as we've heard from not only members of council, but members of the community, that some of these major retail uses, one, can't find places to go in our existing commercial footprint. At the same token, also contribute to employment and are a significant employment provider. So that's the policy for new retail and major retail uses in the employment area.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, and it is the end of a long night. Just a couple of notes that I did want to make, though, at this point, because I think it is critical, given the discussion we've had tonight. One of the most useful things I thought in this last round of information given to council on the new official plan was that explainer that said, okay, we're now going to have height and density limits that are going to be relative to the type of road that the development fronts. And actually, I wanted to ask this of you, Ms. Banfield, just before I make this comment, make sure I'm right. That's a new approach. We didn't have that in our previous official plan, where there are basically story-based height limits in the official plan based on the road network. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor Lehman, although in the current OP, there is that policy that is intensification, but not an intensification corridor. And it does relate that it has to be on arterial, but that's about the only place. And there isn't really that direction in height. And so, you know, a lot of that does come from the new growth plan targets, as well as us really trying to plan for those and to provide a bit more certainty and clarity when we talk about that. And that's what this new OP is intending to do using that approach.
Okay, so if somebody came in with a proposal for a 4-story building in a historic neighborhood on a collector road, and they are offside with that 2 stories higher than the adjacent buildings, would they require an official plan amendment now to proceed with their development, not just a zoning bylaw amendment?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, they would.
Yeah, okay. So, and that sort of is the comment I wanted to make is, you know, and this is very important, and hopefully for those still watching and those following our progress on the OP, it was very important to me at the outset that actually that the OP strengthened the protection of our established neighborhoods. And I know there is a very important debate around exclusionary zoning and the historic character issue. And what that gets abused for to block, in some cases, desirable gentle density. What our official plan does is it permits that, because it says in a neighborhood area up to 3 stories. And our official plan is permissive of some of the other forms of affordable housing that we know have worked in our community to at least build some supply. But you know what it does do as well is by introducing that requirement for an official plan amendment, you can't go higher without a much longer and more difficult process, and you're not in line with official plan policy if you do. And why that's significant, this is the parent document that we're passing, the official plan that everything else must follow from. And while it may be offside with this morning's task force recommendations and or even some direction from the province that may come, I would really defend this, because I think at the same time that we are actually protecting local neighborhoods to a greater extent with this official plan, we are dramatically increasing the potential for housing through some of the changes that we've been talking about over the last couple of months, including everything that's got a red commercial designation on this official plan map is now a potential housing site. That's a sea change. And look, we're seeing it at Park Place. Look at the application that has just come in from Park Place for a major residential development where people will be able to walk to shops and services and so forth. And that's the future, to my mind. And this official plan really does look to the future in a whole bunch of ways. So I think it's been difficult for staff to strike a balance between a city and housing crisis that really needs to ramp up the opportunity for purpose-built rentals and for affordable housing, and yet being aware that the previous official plan and our planning documents didn't provide enough protection against intensification by, in some cases, development applications that just tried to cram too much density onto sites where it wasn't appropriate. And that never really helps because it doesn't really solve the problem. Good design is everything. And I think what we are approving tonight, for example, the 4-story limit on a local road is very consistent with the best of our long-established neighborhoods in the city. And I think it actually provides an additional layer of protection. So that's why I'm supportive of it, and why I'm against making further reductions or changes to it. Because every local road on that map, the height limit is 3 stories. And yet even within 3 stories, as we talked about tonight, you can do gentle density into existing neighborhoods that will provide a greater range of housing types at different income levels, and I believe in richer neighborhoods. And certainly the potential in other nodes and corridors, commercial districts, major institutional sites now is much greater. And that's part of the answer to the housing crisis. So again, thank you to staff for a tremendously inclusive process. I'm sure there may be some final wrinkles that we may hear about at council next week, but I'm going to support the plan tonight. And after the end of at this point in a very, very long process, I'm sure Ms. Banfield will be delighted if we do move this along. So with that, I'll call the question, members of Planning Committee. And sorry, before I do, let's vote first on the one amendment because Councilor Morales, I know, will need to declare a conflict. So Madam Clerk, if you can just remind members of Planning Committee, the amendment, I think it's a paragraph A, but go ahead.
Mayor Lehman, essentially the amendment that was passed way at the beginning of the planning meeting tonight was just to increase the amount of affordable housing from 10 to 15%. And it was and it just updated 2 areas of the official plan that spoke to that.
Okay, so the amendment though is,
sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. It's specifically the paragraphs that we have amended from 10 to 15%, but if you can just give us which paragraphs those are again.
Just bear with me for a moment.
Mayor Lehman, are you referring to the paragraphs in the recommended motion or in the official
Yes, sorry,
plan?
in the recommended motion, because we need to separate that
we were
for the
confused.
purpose of voting. Yeah.
I think it was just paragraph 6, wasn't it? Or sorry.
No, it would be paragraph 1. It would be.
No, I'm looking too.
It would be paragraph 1A. So it'd be 1A. That it would just be the A section that would that Councilor Morales. We had to add the section A to amend the.
Okay, yeah, that is as I recall. So Councilor Owen had added a 1A, which is to amend the relevant paragraphs of the official plan.
Yes.
So what we will do, members of Planning Committee, is vote on 1A now separately, and then we will vote on the balance of the recommended motion. Okay, so 1A, I'm going to call the vote on. Councillor Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. As per the discussions that happened today with the Integrity Commissioner, I will not be voting on this. I have a potential pecuniary interest of these specific amendments as they may affect me financially on ongoing applications in the future if they are to be adopted. So I will be recusing myself from this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morales. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Morales' conflict on the amendment been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Okay, members of Planning Committee, those in favor of paragraph 1A, the amendment? I am as well. That makes it unanimous. On the balance of the motion, the remaining paragraphs, I'll call the question. Those in favor, please indicate. And I am as well. And opposed? 1, yes. Okay. Oh, 2. All right, then that carries by a vote of 9-2, the remaining paragraphs. Well, members of Planning Committee, that was nearly 5 hours in length, and I hesitate to ask, but any inquiries of staff? Deputy Mayor Ward?
Not a chance.
Members of council or committee? Nope. Then that completes the Planning Committee agenda for this evening. City Council is next Monday. We get to spend Valentine's Day together. I can't imagine anything better, right? Monday, February 14th at 7 p.m. Thank you all for a long night and for everyone's work on this, and especially to staff. Planning Committee is adjourned. We'll see you soon.